Hey party people, my name is Zoe and I want to teach you how to draw better, how to paint better, how to make awesome fashion illustrations. This is my first video. It's gonna suck. I bet you this video is gonna suck, but hopefully as I keep doing these, they'll get better. This first video and the first few videos, excuse me, I'm gonna concentrate on how to draw your own fashion figures. And it's a 4-step process, and there's a lot of little steps in each step, but keep watching, practice, and once you nail the steps that I teach, you should be able to create your own fashion figures from scratch, from the top of your head, anytime you want, forever. All right? So to get started, let's go over the things that you're gonna need. First of all, you're going to need visual references. Now, if you're someone like me, who's been around for 50 million years, I know bodies. And so I don't need visual references anymore. You're gonna get to a point where you've practiced enough where you don't need visual references anymore. But if you're first starting out, you're gonna need visual references. And you're gonna need pictures of bodies. So go find pictures of models that you think have nice bodies. All right? If you like a curvy girl, go find yourself a curvy girl. If you like them super heroin chic anorexic, shoot for those. Find pictures that show the whole body, that show them large and unpixelated when you blow them up to print them. Show them in good lighting so that you can see all the body parts. You know, she's getting a little bit bleached out over here, but this one is a really great one. You can see all the body parts. The lighting is really clean. And make sure they're mostly naked because you need to see the body. You need to see the anatomy, okay? If you're trying to draw a body and you have a model in a full-on tweed suit with a fur coat, that does not help you because you cannot see their body. I talk a lot about bodies, and I always get 1 or 2 students in each class that kind of titter, you know, because they're not used to talking about bodies. Like, give me a break. Most of you who are watching this video want to become fashion illustrators or designers, and so your medium really is bodies more than anything. So you just have to get used to looking at bodies, naked bodies, body parts, touching bodies, all that stuff. So just embrace. So, you know, later on when I tell you, oh, you didn't draw your boobs right, go look at more boobs, you can giggle, but really you need to grow up and go look at boobs. So go find pictures. You know, I really like finding pictures in swimwear catalogs, you know, websites that sell lingerie. There are a million websites that show catwalk photos. So go look through the spring summer shows and you'll see walking poses of girls wearing bikinis, and you can see a lot of their bodies and the way their muscles look when they're walking, which are different from the way they look when they're standing. And don't look at places like Italian Vogue. Like, I love Italian Vogue, like their editorials are beautiful, but you know, it's always crazy ass girls in weird ass avant-garde poses, and am I allowed to say ass? I don't know, whatever, we'll bleep that out. And you know, the lighting is really dramatic and beautiful, but then it happens so that half their body is in shadow, so you don't know what that part is doing. And like, don't look at those, okay? Those are awesome for like your inspiration, for mood boards, but for understanding bodies, you want nice, clean, catalog-y images from like J. Crew. These are from 80spurple.com, you know, places like that. So first of all, you need scrap. Second of all, you need paper. This is tracing paper. You can get tracing paper in rolls or in pads. I like the rolls because I find them to be more economical because I can cut them to whatever size I need. Right? And they come in 12-inch or 18-inch long rolls, and they last forever. I love them. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I'm lazy. I'm so lazy. I am so lazy that I hate sharpening pencils. So what I do is I buy 1,000,000 mechanical pencils, and I get them in 0.3, 0.5, 0.7 lead widths, and I use them all for different purposes. I use the 0.3 to develop croquis figures and very tiny detail work, like if I'm drawing teeny tiny little flower embroidery on a dress. When it comes to the 0.5s, I can do croquis, figure work with the 0.5s, as long as it's a H or HB lead. The 0.5 is the most versatile, so if you want to start with one pencil, I would get the 0.5. And when I use 0.5 and I add like 4B, 2B lead, then I can do detail work later on, finishing work. And then I have a couple of 0.7s in softer leads, so I can do finishing touches with the fatter lead where I would want to manipulate the line quality more, right? And we'll go more over line quality later on. Okay? When you're first scratching out your figures, line quality is not quite as important. So I have 1,000,000 mechanical pencils. They're not expensive. Don't ever not start something because you don't have a huge budget, all right? Expensive tools don't guarantee anything, all right? You can use regular pencils. I wouldn't recommend that you use, those yellow number 2 pencils that you use at school. I wouldn't recommend those. First of all, the number 2 it means it's a 2B pencil, all right? And so it has a really soft lead, and it's not good for this kind of work. If you want to do all of your drawings with regular pencils, the kind that you have to sharpen all the time, God, who has time for that? But the only thing that I would recommend, everyone has a brand preference, and so whatever brand you like is up to you, but what I would recommend is that you get all your different pencil leads from the same brand, because a Derwent 4B is not going to be the same as a 4B from a different brand. And so maybe a Derwent 4B is going to be the same as a 3B from another brand. And so you're going to have gaps and overlaps in your pencil collection. So find a brand that you like, and I would just get a range of pencils from that one brand so that you have a wide variety. And especially if you're on a budget, I don't really feel the need to get a 2B and a 3B and a 4B and a 5B. If you have a B, a 2B, and a 4B, that's really good enough, okay? Erasers. I have 2 favorite erasers. This one is your regular skinny stick eraser that you can find at any office supply store. The erasing quality is really good, and it's small. I don't have a lot of use for block erasers or those gray kneading erasers. That's a whole different kind of drawing that I don't do a whole lot of. This one I got at your run-of-the-mill average art store. This one is really great because the tip is so skinny that you can erase very small things. The erasing quality isn't great. That's why I have both of these. So if I need to erase a larger section, like a full sleeve, I'll use this because this is miserable to erase large areas with. Okay? Anything more than a line, and this is just miserable to use. So I keep both. Remember, I'm lazy. I'm not gonna take a really skinny eraser and try to erase a large section because I'm lazy. You're gonna hear that a lot because it's true. You're also gonna need some artist tape. And you're gonna need a ruler, and I have a lot of rulers because they all do different things. And you're like, you know what, Zoe, not really. They just measure things. They have a straight edge and they measure things. I beg to differ, okay? Now today we're gonna go over this ruler. This is a clear graph ruler, and each increment is 1/8 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch, and it's 18 inches by 2 inches wide, and it's the most versatile one. So start with this one, and over time, over various videos, I'll show you the different rulers that I have and what I use them for, because I like using specific tools for specific purposes. And they don't have to be expensive and fancy, but they need to be specific for my goal, all right? So ruler, pictures, tracing paper, pencils, erasers, all that good stuff, right? Let's get started. I'm gonna show you the 4 steps. You're like, oh my God, that was like 8 hours ago. You promised us the 4 steps. Okay, we're here now, okay? The 4 steps. All right, the 4 steps of building your own croquis by me, Zoe. Ta-da! All right, we have the 4 steps. The first step is tracing the gesture. This is when you take your scrap or swipe, AKA your visual reference, and you lay your tracing paper over on top and you trace the gesture. You get the pose and the vertical proportions that you want. Fold it over, and then you do step 2, which is building the body. You flesh it out so that you get the horizontal proportions so that it starts looking like a body. Right now it looks like a robotic body, but it still looks like a body. Okay? Step 3 is adding anatomy. This is where I teach you muscle shapes and important bone points, right? Like everyone can, or a lot of people can see where their clavicles are, you know, their elbows sticking out when your arms bend, what your kneecaps look like. So bone points and muscle shapes. And then step 4 is called photoshopping with pencil. You're not actually gonna throw it into Photoshop and manipulate things. You're going to revise your figure so that it really looks like the customer that you want, okay? Because you can have a figure like this and it's perfectly fine and she's beautiful, but maybe you're an activewear designer and you want your girls to look a little bit more buff. You know, they do yoga, they lift weights, they run, they have triceps. Like, oh my God, I really want triceps. That would be so awesome. Okay, anyway, they have triceps, and so you want to draw these things. Or let's say, no, you're all about luscious curves, really soft, feminine bodies. Scratch that. It makes it sound like muscular girls aren't feminine. Okay. But you want luscious curves, and so this is the step where you would, you know, make her hips bigger, make her breasts bigger, and you know, if you wanted a really hourglassy look, you would make their waist smaller, all those things. So that would be the last step, because you don't want to be thinking about all these things as, you want to think about as few things as possible. Okay, you want to take each step, focus on a few things, make sure you do that well, and then do the next step, make sure you're doing all those things well, instead of all trying to cram it all into one step. Okay, when you get as old as I am, have been as drawing as old as I am, you can compress some steps. But even me, to this day, if I'm developing a new croquis for a new project, I do use the steps because it's just simpler to just do a few things, make sure that looks good, and then move on, all right? So later on, I'm also going to teach you guys how to draw male croquis. The 4 steps are exactly the same, but of course, male bodies look different. So that's gonna be a whole different set of videos. But again, step 1 is tracing the gesture. And here we are with the beautiful David Gandy. Hello, Mr. Gandy. And this is a walking figure. We've got the gesture. Step 2, building the body. Robotic version of David Gandy. That could work too. And then step 3, adding anatomy. And in general, men show more musculature than women do, and so the anatomy is going to be even more important for menswear designers and illustrators. So we have adding anatomy, and then the last, photoshopping with pencil. And again, you know, some designers, they love a really slender, more androgynous, twinky looking kind of, you know, Dior homme sort of, you know, wearing skinny suits and skinny ties kind of dude. And, you know, some designers design for Quicksilver, and they design for surfers with more muscles. So again, back to the kind of body you want, what kind of customer. Once you have your basic body, then you can manipulate it to fit the vision you have in your mind. Okay, those are your 4 steps. In this video, I'm gonna show you step 1, and then in the second video, I'm gonna show you step 2, etc., etc. Funny how that works, right? So let's start with a straight figure. And I'm going to take some tracing paper, and I'm gonna take some artist tape. Now, people use artist tape for things where they're going to peel things back up, and they're like, oh, artist tape is great because it's not the sticky. Liars. They're lying liars full of lies. Artist tape is super sticky, and it'll ruin your paper. So what I like to do is put some lint on my artist tape before I start using it. Students I've had in my classes, they say they really like drafting tape, masking tape, that blue painter's tape. I have artist tape and I don't like throwing anything away, so this is what I do now. Before you tape down your tracing paper, you're going to figure out your plumb line. So you're going to take your visual scrap and you're going to take your 0.3 or 0.5 pencil, you're going to take your clear ruler, and you're going to figure out the plumb lines. What is a plumb line? Your plumb line is your center of gravity. Why do we need it? Because we, first of all, need to make sure that later when we transfer our figures over onto final paper, that they're not floating in space all at an angle, okay? So we're gonna have our center of gravity so that it is perpendicular to the bottom of your paper so that your figures look like they're standing upright. Secondly, it's when you're working with all these multiple steps, it's good to have like a kind of a guide marker for where you're gonna line things up should things shift around, all right? So when you're folding it over, make sure your plumb lines are always matching up so that you know you're tracing correctly. When you have a figure that is standing straight up and down and their body is posed symmetrically, your center of gravity is literally in the middle. So your plumb line is going to be from your suprasternal notch, the pit of your throat, this little divot in between your clavicles, to the middle of your weight leg. And here, since her weight is distributed to both feet, it's going to be in the middle. So you're going to take your ruler, you're going to find your center of your clavicle, and you're going to draw right there. Now, when you have an asymmetrical figure, her weight is on this ankle, okay? She's got her hip cocked a little bit, her shoulders are bent, and so your weight is shifting to one leg, okay? So this is her weight ankle. This is the center of it. Here's the center of her clavicle. And there is her plumb line. And you're like, well, Zoe, it's not perpendicular or parallel to the paper. Screw the paper, okay? Photographers, they will take these things into Photoshop and they'll adjust the angle and crop and do weird things and print them out to whatever they think looks good, but this is her center of gravity, okay? Don't worry about the edges of the paper. You're gonna take a sheet of tracing paper, you're going to take your very unsticky tape. You're going to draw the plumb line again, so that if your tracing paper comes up or you finish it, you take the tracing paper off, and then you decide, oh, I need to do something again, I need to put the paper back on, you know that you need to line these lines up so that you're tracing correctly. I'm also going to mark the bottom of her feet so that I know vertically where everything should be situated. I'm gonna start by tracing her head, not just her face, but her head. If you can't tell where the top of her head is, because she's got some elaborate hairstyle, just keep in mind that your eyes are the center of your head. Not the center of your face, but the center of your head. So go ahead and look for your eye line, and then like, oh, that's about double, right? The next thing you want to do is find the angle of her shoulders, which you can find by following her clavicle. You have the direction of her neck. You don't need to get all fancy with anatomy now, that comes later. And then you're gonna draw her breasts. When you draw her breasts, you're not gonna try to draw pretty anatomical breasts where it's all luscious and bouncy. You're just gonna draw the circles for the breast placement. And I know when I do that, it makes her breast look huge. And that's not the point. I know we're not doing, you know, Hustler magazine model girls. The point of the drawing the full circle is to find the apex, okay? And so that you know where the nipples are and you know how to design around them later on. To balance shoulder and bust sort of ratios, I do this thing called the double-headed Mickey Mouse. Disney, please don't sue me. It actually has nothing to do with Mickey Mouse, right? So your shoulder balls are there, your breasts are there, and here's your rib cage. Your waist is about here, your elbows are here, and when you trace your elbows, trace the whole width, okay? Don't just give me one of these like, so now you know what? The angle of the arm, but you don't know how wide to make the arm later. When you trace the width of the elbow, you know, a part of the body that doesn't really gain fat, like I'm a big girl, I don't have elbow fat, okay? Then you know later on how wide to make your upper arm. Again, when you do the wrist, you know, make sure these girth markers show how wide to make your forearm later on. Trace the basic shape and size of the hand, and we're gonna add fingers and things later on. And here's your pelvic box. So you're gonna often find your hip bones up here. Here's your crotch, and notice crotch is right at wrist level. So if you have a model, male or female, with their arms straight down, their wrists should be at crotch level. Go ahead and take your wrists and bang them up against your sides, and they will hit the hips right at crotch level, okay? So here is your hip. So when you're making patterns, you have natural waist, and then you have about 4 inches down, you have high hip, and then you have another 4 inches down, and that's your low hip. That's the widest part of your hips, the roundest part of your butt, right around crotch level, all those things, right? And then I usually keep the pelvic box kind of tucked inside the body, okay? Because I'm going to curve around it kind of to flesh out for nicely shaped hips later on. And then I would normally mark a center front, but because this figure is completely straight up and down, it's the same as your plumb line. So here's my center front in here. Your center front is not the same as your plumb line. your center front is the middle of your torso, and it's the middle whether or not you are standing straight up and down or you're doing 3 yoga poses at the same time. It's always going to be the center of your torso where buttons on a shirt sit, snaps, zippers, etc. All right? When you have a figure that is, you know, twisting her torso, then your center front, again, changes, totally different from your plumb line, but again, still the center of the front of your torso. And now you're gonna mark for your knees. And if you can't really figure out where her knee caps are, it's like, look, just peel up your tracing paper and it's like, oh, her knees are here. And again, you're going to trace the width of the whole knee and not just, you know, this little center point, because again, you wanna know how wide to make your leg. A lot of people, they try to make legs look skinnier by making the knees skinnier, and there are a couple of different reasons why that backfires. Number one, again, knees are not places where people gain a lot of fat. Hips, arms, tummies, sure. Knees, not really, okay? And so when you make knees skinnier, you end up making their hips look fatter in comparison. So you're actually having the opposite effect. And also, realistically speaking, knees support so much of your body weight, and those giant bones and the cartilage and everything, that needs to be there, okay? And legs, more than anything, especially on female figures, need to look the most anatomically correct, because later on when you stretch them out to 10 head figures, which I will teach you in a future video, you need to make sure that they're still standing upright. You don't want to give them noodle legs. And so if you mess up the knees, they don't look like they're standing upright. And you know, if you're going for a really stylized, ghostly, noodly looking figure, that's great. But if you want someone that looks like they're walking on their own, you know, their own efforts, you got to understand knees. So here are your knees. Go ahead and trace your knees. And then here's the center of your thighs. Ankles, again, the entire width of the ankle. And trace the foot. Now, if your model is wearing platform shoes, don't trace the entire platform, because obviously that's gonna make her look like she has gigantor feet. It's not our deal. We like things evenly proportioned. And at this point you might be asking, Zoe, why don't you just trace the body? It's like, you could, but I mean, there's so many things wrong with shortcuts that's like a whole nother video. I should probably make a video about that. All right, I'll get back to you on that. Anyway, so here we are with a complete step 1 on a straight figure. Oh, oops. And you're like, Zoe, that's so easy. I can do that. We're gonna do the whole process again, but on an asymmetrical twisted figure. So we have our plumb line, and we're gonna mark the center front right on the scrap. So we start the center in the middle of our clavicle, your suprasternal notch. And this is, you know, when if you're wearing a bikini, bathing suit, V-neck, all those things are really come in handy. If she's wearing a billowy blouse and things are draping and falling, finding her center front is gonna be more difficult. So again, go for the naked girls or the nearly naked girls. So this one conveniently has a V-neck, so here's your center. Use your belly button as a marker for your center front, and then the center of her pelvis, her crotch right here. And so now we have her nice curving center front. So if she was wearing a bathing suit that had a center front seam, this is the line that seam would follow. Lint that up. You know, this shirt is fresh out of the wash, so it doesn't really have that much lint. It's like not helpful. And then again, you're gonna trace a plumb line. you're gonna mark the bottom of her foot, and we're going to trace the head, not the face, but the head, remember? So her eyes are in here, so you kind of get the center line for her head, and then her vertical center line for her head. Sometimes I like to mark the ear, kind of helps you figure out what direction the head is facing. And then again, here's the angle of her shoulders using her clavicles. Here's the angle of her neck, so that you know which direction that's going. We have our center front. This part of her center front must always be straight. Why? Because you have a bone here, okay? This is your sternum. It's actually 3 bones fused together, like rock solid. And this is where your ribs are connected to protect your lungs and your heart. Now look, if your sternum is moving around, you need to stop watching this stupid video and go to a hospital immediately. This part should always be straight. This part here with all your squishy organs and everything, that can be curved and twisted because there's no bone there. Well, your spine is there, but your spine is a lot of little bones, and so they curve, right? So this area can curve. This area is pretty straight because your pelvis is there. And again, those are several bones, again, fused together. And then this curve will tuck under the crotch because women are round and it just goes, right? Now we have our breasts here on either side of center front. And yeah, this one is a tiny bit smaller because she's a tiny bit twisted. And then again, here is your double-headed Mickey Mouse so that you understand where her shoulders sit, this proportion in here. You know, here's her rib cage in here. Let's do her arms. So mark how wide those elbows are so you know how to build your body later. Again, if you can't see something, here's her elbow. It's here. Okay. So go ahead and draw right on your visual reference. And your wrist is here. Wrist. Elbow, elbow, wrist, wrist, right? Beauty pageant stuff. Now, your pelvic box. When we were doing the straight figure, she was straight up and down, so you only saw the front of her pelvic box. But for her, she is not only twisted this way so that she's slightly 3/4 to us, but she's also kind of sticking her butt out like you do. And so you're gonna see at least 3 different sides. Just the 3, sorry, yeah. So first you're gonna start with your center front. I'm gonna redraw your center front here. And you're gonna draw the angle of her hips. And usually you can follow the bikini line to help you. So you're gonna draw the angle of her hips. Now, the front of her pelvis should be 2 planes that are the same size. So this square or rectangle should be about the same size as this. And you're like, Zoe, what about all this business onto the side? Well, yeah, that's her side, okay? She's 3/4, so you're seeing the side of her pelvic box. And so you're gonna see this much of the side. And again, she's tipping her butt out and arching her back. So you're gonna see the top of this box a little bit. And so here's your pelvic box. And the angle of this box and the way it's positioned really informs you on what her hips are doing. So here's your pelvic box. And then again, we're gonna mark her knees as wide as they need to be. And this one too. And then the angle, the center. And then her ankles. this little ball ankle marker is smaller than this one, because most ankles, they're narrower when you look at them from the front, and they're wider when you look at them from the side. And so this side angle of her ankle is going to be wider than the front view. Right? So don't try to futz it. This is an actual thing. And then go ahead and give me the gesture and basic size of her feet. All right? And these are your completed step ones. Now you have the pose, the gesture, and the vertical proportions for your fashion figure. If you enjoyed this video, if you found it informative, if you found me amusing, I know I tend to roll my eyes a lot. If you want to learn step 2, 3, and 4, go ahead and... I'm really bad at social media, so you know, you subscribe to some stuff and you like some other stuff and you follow some stuff, whatever, all that stuff, just do those things, and I will update with step 2. I don't know when. I have a real job, you know. I like teach this stuff at a real school, and I illustrate and design stuff for people, so you know, as soon as possible. Okay, that's when I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you know, deadlines. All right, so subscribe, like, all that good stuff. All right, and I will see you next time with step 2. You know what's great about these videos is I don't have to worry if my breath stinks. Who cares? Hey party people, and welcome back to How to Draw Fashion Figures in 4 Steps. If you have not watched video 1, go ahead and do that, because everything in this video is going to make 100% more sense if you do that. Today we're going to go over step 2. When we last left off, we had these 2 complete step 1s, one with a straight figure and one with a slightly hip-cocked and twisted figure. Linty artist tape, visual reference, step 1, piece of tracing paper. I'm gonna lay this on here. I'm gonna tape it down. Clear ruler, skinny lead pencil. I'm going to draw my plumb line. Mark the bottom of her feet. And look, if it's curling up like this, just tape it down some more so it's not bothering you while you're drawing. And we're gonna fill out the body. We're not gonna worry about anatomy. That's the next couple of videos. We're going to flesh the body out so that we can get accurate horizontal proportions, so we can see better what the body is doing. Trace the head. Here's her neck, shoulders, and remember, because this figure is standing exactly exactly straight up and down, her center front is going to be the same as her plumb line. And because we have these circles that mark the width of her elbow, it's super easy at this point to figure out how wide to make her upper arm or her forearm. So connect the dots. Don't make me sing. We're gonna follow the rib cage and then go around the pelvic box. Elbow to wrist. And then we had our hand in here. And remember, the very bottom of the pelvic box is crotch level, which is aligned with her wrist. So we have a little panty line starting here. We have the width of her knees, so let's give her a little thigh gap. See how great this eraser is at getting super close to that line and erasing without erasing the whole thing? I love this eraser. Here's our ankle. So now we have a basic idea. We figured out the apex before, so you can mark her nipple. And there's her little robotic body. Let's do this one. Once again, take some linty tape, take down an extra sheet of tracing paper, trace your plumb line. Mark the bottom, and here we go. We have her head. The angle of her shoulders, and then we have this width here. When you're figuring out armpits, unless your body is literally doing this sort of movement, then your torso is gonna be in front of the arm, because your torso is thicker than your arm. And so when you look at someone from the front, the arm is always gonna look like it's behind the torso. Your torso is always gonna be closer to us. I cannot think of any person I've ever seen in my life that has arms that are bigger and thicker than their torso. So I'm just gonna say that's a fact. You guys are gonna email me weird pictures of people now, aren't you? Okay. 99.9% of the time, it's true. So here we go. Breasts, center front, nipples. Okay, we're going to use the bottom of this circle and the top of this circle to figure out the angle of her elbow, like that. Here's her torso. And look, the bottom of the pelvic box, once again, is the widest part of her hips. So by extending this line, you know where the hip is gonna extend out to, and then where it should start swinging back like that. Look at her here. At crotch level, That's where her hip is the widest. See, even if you were to trace her, that's where she starts swinging back. I think I made her too fat. So let's go out and then back in. Here's the center front. I'm gonna give her a little bit of a thigh gap, like you can see here. Use that knee. Here's her ankle, so here is my calf. I know at this angle, she kind of looks a little bit double jointed, like her knee is bending in a weird angle, but don't worry about that. Once we flesh out her leg muscles, it'll stop looking like that. And then on this side, we have her arm here and here. And then her hand is in the front. That's why we keep looking at this, to make sure things are making sense. Because the way she's positioned, her hand could very easily have been behind her thigh, but it's not. Like so. And I'm gonna make a teeny tiny confession. I'm not like 100% natural in front of the camera yet. And so my hand is shaking a tiny bit out of nerves. So if you think I don't draw as well as I should, it's kind of being in front of the camera. I'm hoping that as I keep making these videos that I'll get better and I won't shake as much. Anyway, so here is a complete step 2 for this figure. Do not separate these out, okay? Don't abandon this. Just keep it together for now, all right? Because walking poses are so popular, I decided to include one in the series. I pulled this one, and out of all the different kinds of walking poses, I like this one because it's got the classic hip cocked to one side, one leg straight, one leg bent, so that we can address foreshortening. I like the fact that one hand is behind her hip because who wants to draw more hands than they need to? And then I like the fact that one arm is swinging out because when I'm designing, I like the option of showing whether a sleeve has fullness. We're gonna mark her plumb line. So here we go. Where's her clavicle? Here. And there's her weight ankle, and there's your plumb line. High hip is always gonna be your weight leg, all right? If you have any kind of pose where the girl is standing with her weight on one foot or the other, or walking so that one foot has all the weight, the weight leg is always gonna be on the high hip, okay? If you don't believe me, stand up right now, and I want you to stand in a way where all your weight is on one leg. Now, if you'll notice that leg has the high hip, you know, this is the lower hip, this one is the higher hip. Now you're standing like that, try standing so that your weight is all on one leg, but that is the lower hip, okay? I want you to pause this video and try it. Is it working? Do you feel sexy? Probably not, okay? You probably look stupid. This is what I tell students in class all the time. You know, sometimes their croquis look a little bit weird, or they pick these very strange poses, or something in the croquis building process got awry. And I look at the pose and I look at them and I'm like, look at this pose. I want you to do this pose with your own body. And I do. I make them stand up and do the pose with their body. And usually they will look really strange because the pose is so whack. And I'll say, now, do you feel sexy? Seriously though, if you are figuring things out and something looks weird, try to do it with your own body. Look, if you physically can't do it yourself, then you don't want your croquis figure to be doing it. The only exception to that rule would be if you were designing for Cirque du Soleil. Those guys can do things I didn't like. How do you do that with the bones and cartilage still in place? Like, that's crazy. I would like to add at this point that, you know, even if you were to do a plus size figure or someone who's not your classic super skinny fashion figure, I would start by using visual reference that features someone very thin like this. Because regardless of what our flesh looks like, our bones are pretty much the same. And so when you have a visual reference where you can see a lot of the bone markers on like someone this thin, where you can see hip bones and clavicles and stuff, it will help you figure out the figure and the drawing and the pose and everything. And then later on, you're like, no, my girl, she's a size 14. She is your national average. She's got curves and, you know, this is who I'm designing for. That's awesome. But you need to know where the bones are first. So I would start with a really skinny visual reference and then add your flesh later. If you want a review on step 1, go ahead and rewatch the first video, but I'm just gonna zip through the first part of this. All right, pelvic box. So here's the angle of her hips. Here's the bottom of her pelvic box, which is her crotch, following that same angle. These two lines have to be parallel, okay? These are bones. This can't go this way and this way go that way. It doesn't work. These two lines must be parallel. Here's her center front, and so there is this rectangle and this rectangle must be the same size. She's sticking her butt out a little bit. You're seeing a teeny tiny bit of her side, so we're gonna see a teeny tiny bit of her side here and a teeny tiny bit. She's not even as twisted as this pose, but you are gonna see a little bit. There's your pelvic box. Her wrist is down here, right? Very close to her crotch. And then the angle of her arm is back here. And her hand is back here. And just a reminder, I am gonna teach you guys how to do faces. I am gonna teach you guys how to do elongated figures, but I wanna do these basic 4 steps with you first, okay? So stay tuned for future videos. So here is step 1 for this figure. Peel this up. And I'm gonna fold this over, and you're like, Zoe, that's backwards. And I'm like, I know. Here's a little trick for you. When I'm developing croquis figures, I sometimes like to do my corrections, or I like to flip-flop the poses to correct myself. Because if the pose is good, and if everything is physically correct and good, then it doesn't matter if she's going this way or this way. It should look good. It should look natural, like she's walking a beautiful runway walk. If you're looking at your figure and you're like, what? Something is a little bit off here, go ahead and flip it over. And 9 times out of 10, your mistake will show up like that. And here's why. It's like you're so used to looking at it a certain way that your eyes have sort of glossed things over. It's like how it's difficult to edit your own essays because you've just been staring at your own words for so long, and then the second you hand it to someone else, they're like, oh, you miss a comma here, you miss a comma here, and why do you not know how to spell things, right? They pick them up immediately because they haven't been staring at it forever. If you're working on a figure like this and you're just constantly looking at it and you're just thinking, something is off, I don't know what it is, just flip it over. And it's like a whole new figure. And you're like, oh, her hip is weird. Oh, that's not where her kneecap goes. Okay, you'll see it, you'll spot it. It's kind of like that whole fresh eyes effect. So here's step 2 now. And you're like, wow, her neck is so thick. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, you could slim her down a little bit, but that's not really a big concern for us right now. So here's the angle of her shoulders. Here's her torso. Here's her center front. What did I forget, guys? I'm always telling my students, hey, if you see me during demo making a mistake, you should just call me out on it. And I guess since this is a video, you can't do that. But if you caught me before, good for you. So, plumb line. All right, so here's her center front. Here's her torso. And we're going around the hip. That's the bottom, that's her crotch. That's her little bikini line. And there's her knee, so we know exactly how wide to make this. And again, the crotch is the widest part. So we're gonna swing her out like that. And her legs are slightly crossing, but she still does have a thigh gap, so we're gonna give her one too. Call it sunshine legs. Right. Here's her ankle, and so we're gonna put that in there and trace her foot. And then we're not really seeing that anymore. She's tucked away back there, but here are her knees, and here's her other knee. And we're gonna address that with anatomy later. Here's her arm. So you see, like if I had just marked this with little circles, then you would have no idea how wide to make anything. You would actually have to think about it. This way eliminates thinking. Here's her shoulder, her wrist. Hand is back here. Oh, forgot our boobs. There's her nipple. It's good to mark nipples on your croquis so that you can design around your breasts accordingly. Like, if you're gonna show the nipple, it should be deliberate. It should be a deliberate design thing. All right. And now you have your completed steps 1 and 2 for your croquis figure. The next video, it's going to be all about leg anatomy, which is going to be the most important part of the body that we really get good at articulating the muscles. And then the video after that, I'm going to go over the anatomy of the upper body. We're going to put it all together, and then we're going to start drawing something that looks slightly human. All right, so go ahead and hit the subscribe button, the like button, whatever, and then I will see you next week. Hey party people, today we're gonna draw legs, and I'm going to have a ZZ Top earworm all day long. I think I just dated myself. Oh well. Is there anyone on YouTube that's older than 24? Not to say I'm 24. I am so much older than 24. It's not even funny. All right, today we're gonna work on leg anatomy. We're gonna turn our robotic little tubular legs. Speaking of 80s, freaking tubular. Do you remember when tubular used to mean something cool? No? Yeah, because nobody over the age of 24 is on YouTube. Right. Tubular. We're moving away from tubular legs to legs that have actual bone markers and muscles and things like that. All right, so let's start by taking a look at our hip and leg bones. So go ahead, when I'm talking about these things, I want you to go ahead and feel these things on your own body. Somehow it makes things seem more real, okay, more memorable. It's like, oh yeah, that's my quad, that's my kneecap. Right. I'm gonna go over quite a bit of anatomy today, and in the next video when I go over upper body anatomy. And trust me, I'm not trying to turn you into doctors. I'm not trying to throw a whole bunch of anatomical vocabulary at you, but there are just some basic things that you have to know, just like basic muscle things that you should consider when you're learning about bodies to become a better designer. So let's start here, okay? Your natural waist is about there. And so when you're making your patterns or when you're draping on a mannequin, you know, you have natural waist, and then approximately 4 inches down on a sample size, regular sample size, you have your high hip measurement, okay? And that's marked with your ilium, which is this hip bone that sticks out. And you should be able to feel it on your own body, like right here. This is your ilium. It's part of your pelvis. Your pubis is here. And then on the same level as your pubis is this bony protrusion here, okay? And you'll feel it on your own hip, okay? Go down to crotch level, and then on the sides of your hips, you'll feel that bony protrusion. Part of your femur. Your femur is your thigh bone, and the top of your thigh bone has these 2 giant knobs, okay? This knob sticks out here. My guess is we've evolved to have these protrusions to protect people's reproductive organs. And this giant knob goes into the pelvis, connects to the pelvis. There are 2 kinds of joints in the human body. There are ball and socket joints, where you have a round protrusion that fits into a socket like so, and they can move around in a lot of different directions, right? So think about how you can swing your leg around in all kinds of directions from your hip because it's a ball and socket joint. Obviously, so is my arm. All right? So we have your ball and socket joint in here, your giant femur in here, and then the bottom of your femur is really big too. And then in the front is your patella, which is your kneecap. And go ahead and feel your patella. And you may be thinking, wow, this person's patella is really small and mine is really long. Some people think that their kneecap is really long and triangular, but what it is it's your patella here and your tibial tuberosity here, and all the cartilage and tendons and ligaments connecting these 2 to form your kneecap. And then we have the two bones of your calf. You have your giant tibia, which is the weight-bearing bone. So your tibial tuberosity is in the front of your tibia. You can feel it on your own person, that protrusion right there. And I keep talking about all the stuff around your knee because we're going to draw those, and drawing your kneecap, articulating your kneecap is going to help your leg look more structured. Then we have your fibula, which is this small, skinny little bone there. And because I am not a doctor, I have no idea what the fibula is for. Just hanging out, whatever. I bet it's good for something, but what that is, I don't know. But if you know, feel free to email me or leave a comment. And then these two bones come together and sit on top of all of your ankle bones and foot bones. The tibia, the bottom of your tibia, is a little bit higher than the bottom of your fibula. So when you draw your ankle bones, you're going to draw a lower ankle bone on the outside and a higher ankle bone on the inside. You're going to create this angle in your ankle. Angle in your ankle. Say that 5 times fast. Let's look at some muscles. All right, so let's start with this front view. The front of your thigh, these muscles are called your quads, your quadriceps, quad for 4, because there are 4 main groups of muscles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And the back of your quad is your hamstring. And yeah, it looks like a giant ham. Not only does it look like a giant ham, but behind the knee, it makes this H, okay? So it's really hard to forget. H for hamstring. All right. And then we have our knee here. Not a lot of muscle and fat covering the kneecap. And then your calf muscles, your gastrocnemius, wrapping, curving in these ways. Your waist is here. Flare out for the hip. That's crotch level. And again, the widest part of your hips is at crotch level. Whether you're drawing a man or a woman, the widest part of your hips is going to be crotch level. And you know, if you're drawing a man, your hips will be narrower, but look, they'll still be the widest part. Once you pass the crotch, you're swooping, softly curving with these muscles. This edge is smooth, right? Now in here, okay, his penis is in the way, but just take my word for it. It curves like so. About 2/3 of the way down the thigh, you have this divot in here because of the way these two muscles are sitting together. And then you have this muscle in here above the knee. Most of the time on women, this muscle doesn't protrude that much, so I will typically just soften this curve and then wrap the curve around the knee. When you get to the knee, it's straight on the outside and round on the inside. When you get to the calf, you have this high curve on the outside of your calf muscle and the low ankle bone. And then you have this corner here from the way the muscles are sitting. And you have the low curve on the inside and the high ankle bone. For the most part, if you're using these sketches for design communication, you're not going to be sitting around articulating every single muscle and bone. Most fashion illustrations don't do that either. But you need to learn the basic shapes so that you can give the basic anatomically correct leg. We're not going to sit here and shadow in all these muscle shapes. So let's put it all together. We're going to take the muscle and bone information that you just learned. We're going to keep our visual reference handy. We've got our completed step 2, and we have the basic vertical and horizontal proportions of the leg, and now we're going to carve into it. It's like if you had a giant column of marble and you start chipping away the shapes into it. So we start at the waist, we flare out for the hip. At crotch level, we get widest, and then we start swooping in. The knee is straight on the outside, high calf curve on the outside, low ankle bone, and then the foot. And then on the inside, we have our panty line and our little thigh gap curving in, and then it divots in about 2/3 of the way down, and then we go around the knee on the inside. The knee is straight on the outside, round on the inside, and then we have this corner. Also sharper here, straight here, and then curving down. Low calf, low curve on the inside, high ankle bone, and then the foot. So we have and we're going to articulate her knee. Her knee is here. Her kneecap is here. She's turned in just a little bit. So we're going to make sure her kneecap is right here. And then we're going to, you see the shadow where you can see her tibial tuberosity? We're going to give her that too. And there's her leg. An anatomically correct, but yet simplified leg. Simplified enough to work quickly, but anatomically correct enough so that they look like real legs. Let's do this one. Again, I have my completed steps 1 and 2. I have a new piece of tracing paper. I've drawn my plumb line, marked the bottom, and then let's start with our straight leg. Again, we start at the waist, and then we come out for the hip, past the crotch level, we swoop back in, outside of the knee is straight, high curve on the outside of the calf, and low ankle bone. And then the inside curve, and then divot in. The knee is round on the inside. Low curve on the inside, high ankle bone. And then her kneecap is here. She's twisted just ever so slightly, this leg, right? You know, her foot is pointing this way. You know, her kneecap is in here. And there's that leg. Now this one is an almost complete side view. And so we have to take into consideration the shape of her hamstring in the back. And then this muscle. Okay. When you look at the front view, you don't see it articulated so much, but on the side, you definitely see it. The side view of the leg, the width of her knee is wider than the front view, and so is her ankle. So we're going to keep all those things in mind. So here's her crotch. I'm going to curve out for the hamstring, and then again curve out for this quad here. The top of the top of the quads is pretty round, so I'm going to give that roundness here too. And her kneecap is right at the edge there, so I'm gonna make the edge of it pretty sharp. I don't want it rounded. It's like it's bone there basically. High curve on the outside. And look at the shin. I want you to look at this shin. There is an outward curve there. You've seen a lot of really exaggerated fashion illustrations where you see legs that, you know, the thigh goes like this and the calf goes like that. And that's really exaggerated and really stylized. You do have curved, an outward curved here shin. Go ahead and feel your own shin and feel that muscle and fat and everything that is protecting that bone there. So you are going to have a tiny bit of an outside curve. Now look at your scrap. You also see that she's got this tiny bit of an outer curve. Her ankle is right about there, so we're going to mark her ankle there, and then we're going to complete her foot. And there is your anatomically correct pair of legs. Some of you may be looking at these and thinking, wow, those are really nice legs. And some of you may be thinking, wow, those legs look super fat and chubby. What the hell? You know, once you've figured out the anatomy, later in step 4, you can do all manner of things to your legs. For example, you can make her super skinny. Right? You can make her legs skinnier. You can make her look more voluptuous. You could do all kinds of things. You can make them even a little bit longer. You can make them really angular and kind of crazy looking. Right? You could do all kinds of different legs, all right? But you have to start with an understanding of the basic anatomy. And what it boils down to is no matter how much you push and pull the angles and the curves, it's always going to be waist and then coming out for the hip. Past crotch level, you go down, and then the outside of the knee is straight. High curve on the outside calf, low ankle bone. Curving around the crotch, and then divot in, curving around the knee on the inside, low curve on the calf on the inside, high ankle bone. That's always what it's going to be, and you can make the line smoother and longer and leaner, or rounder and fleshier and curvier, or angular and robotic looking, whatever you want. But those basic steps are going to help you with every pair of legs. Let's work on this walking pose so we can address foreshortening. So let's work with this one. Again, waist, hip, swoop in for the curve, straight on the outside of the knee, curve out and high for the outside of the calf, low ankle bone. Divot in, around the knee on the inside, turn that corner, low calf curve, high ankle bone, and then her foot. Kneecap and tibial tuberosity. Now, she's walking and her calf is extremely foreshortened. We're going to draw the same curve, high curve on the outside, low curve on the inside, but just take that curve and just squish it. Got her hip. And the knee is straight on the outside. And then your kneecap is going to be the bottom of your thigh. Go ahead and bend your leg, and the bottom, that's going to be your knee. And then you have this curving out. Ankle bone, and then her foot is here. You're gonna see a little bit of her foot on the other side too. And there's your foreshortened calf in your walking pose. And again, later on, you can do all manner of changes. Any questions, comments? Leave me a comment in the box below, or depending on where you're watching this video, and have a go. Practice. My students in class, they're always saying, Zoe, you make it look so easy. And I say, well, would you rather your teacher be a bumbling idiot? So if you felt like I made it look really easy and when you were practicing it was really, really difficult, just keep these words in mind. I'm not made of magic. I'm made of practice. I have been drawing legs in this way for fashion figures for years and years and years. Do not get discouraged. Just keep at it. Next week, I'll be back with a video tutorial going over upper body anatomy so that we can put it all together. All right? Hey, party people. Welcome back. We're going to be working on upper body anatomy today. So neck, shoulders, arms, torso, and then we're going to connect to the waist and hips and legs that we did last week. And I just want to say that most women don't work out their upper bodies that much. I mean, if you think about it these days, a lot of women are obsessed with working out their glutes, making sure their butts look really good. Side note, I will address back and side poses, and that'll be in a later video. But women, they're more interested in toning upper bodies and not really bulking them up like guys are. I'm going to have separate male anatomy videos where I talk more specifically about, you know, bulging biceps and deltoids and all that good stuff. Whew. Yeah, good stuff. But you can't just leave these figures with tubes for arms and necks, okay? You still got, the changes are subtle, but they're distinct, and you need them to make them look more graceful, more human, more everything. Let's start with the bones. So again, follow along on your own person and get to know your body and bodies in general. Your collarbone here, these two horizontal bones, they're your clavicles. And when you're drawing, you'll notice your clavicle ends right over your armpit. This other little knob, this is your scapula, your shoulder blade that goes towards the back. I mentioned the sternum before as part of your center front. This rock hard chest plate that connects all your ribs together. And then we have your arm bones. This is your humerus, your upper arm bone. And again, your upper arm, your shoulder is a ball and socket joint. And you can move your shoulder, your arm every which way because it's that ball and socket joint in there. Your elbow is a hinge joint, okay? It only moves in one direction, much like a door. Open and shut, open and shut. You can't move your arm at your elbow in any other direction, only open and shut. You have two bones in your forearm, your radius and your ulna. Your ulna, the top part of your ulna is your elbow, right there, okay? And I'll do a separate video on how to do hands and feet. Let's look at our muscles now. In our neck, we have a few muscles that are really important. This chunky piece here that joins your shoulder and your neck and forms this beautiful curve. This is your trapezius. When you draw guys, you know, a lot of guys, they work out their shoulders, their upper body a lot, so they'll have much bulkier trapeziuses. But we're going to, you know, make them concave, make them swoop down to make them look more graceful. This muscle here, this is your sternocleidomastoideus, and it's a mouthful. So in my classes, I call it Roger, because we are fashion designers, not doctors. So no one will die if you point at something and call it the Roger. It's fine. We're fine. So instead of sternocleidomastoideus, I call him Roger. And these wrap from your ear, behind your ear, wrap around your neck to your clavicle, and where they join is your suprasternal notch in between your clavicles. In this wrapping muscle, I tend to draw either one side or the other, especially in these poses where the woman's face is pointed in a different direction. All right. And then we have pectorals. Women do not really have pectorals because our breasts are on top of our pectorals, and so we don't really see pectorals. And then we have our abs in the front, and then obliques on the sides. With arms, you have to pay a little bit more careful attention to, because things really change depending on the angle of the arm. We have our deltoid here, which is our shoulder muscle, okay, starting from the end of our clavicle and going down about halfway down our upper arm. This muscle here is your bicep, and your bicep runs the length from your armpit to almost your elbow. And it's softly rounded if you look at it from the side. And you kind of have to pay attention to the angle of your model's pose. If she's, you know, has her arms straight down, you will see some of her bicep, but you won't see the full bicep. Most people don't stand like this with the full bicep facing you. Most people don't turn their whole arm inward so that it's evenly half and half, bicep and tricep. Be a little bit more 3/4. So pay attention to what they're doing. Pay attention to the poses. The back here is your tricep. And you know, your bicep is pretty long, but your tricep is this round bulge on top, and then it tapers to nothing to your elbow. So pay attention to the two different shapes. Your deltoid from the side, it kind of looks like it comes from the word delt, which is a triangle, like river deltas, like the Greek letter delta. To me, I think it looks kind of like an acorn. So your little acorn deltoid, and then your bicep in here, your tricep in here. This area is flattened. And then you have this fat muscle here, your brachioradialis. And because of your brachioradialis, your elbow is actually narrower than your forearm. So you're going to go in for your elbow, and then you're going to round out for your brachio. It's this big curving muscle that helps you do things like steer your car and draw all these beautiful fashion figures. So here, and here, and here, and here, you're gonna see this giant forearm muscle, and at any angle, your elbow is narrower than your forearm. elbow, and then softly, okay? We're not doing snowmen, okay? We're just going in for the elbow and then softly rounding out for your forearm. When you look at wrists, when you look at it from the top side or the bottom side, wrists are fairly wide. They stretch the width of your palm. But when you look at it from the side, they look skinnier because the way the bones are positioned. Let's take our figures and start adding our upper body anatomy. So last week we had her legs, and today we're going to start with her clavicle and goes across and ends over her armpit, slightly Ving up. We have her trapezius and her Roger. We have her breasts. People have mentioned, but Zoe, nipples don't really sit in the center of your breast. They do when you're wearing a bra. When you draw fashion figures, you just have to draw breasts so they look like they're all wearing invisible Wonder Bras. I think I just dated myself again. Do you guys remember what Wonder Bras are? It's all about Victoria's Secret now, huh? Whatever. Anyway, most women will be wearing bras under your clothes. Wrapping around your rib cage, connecting to the waist there. And then we have our deltoid, softly rounded, dipping in just a little. Here is the center of her elbow. And so we know that her bicep is sitting here, like that. And then you're gonna see a tiny bit of her tricep back here. So we have a tiny bit of the curve of her bicep. It's really subtle. Little bit of tricep. And then our elbow is fairly thin. And then see how it curves out for her brachio? And we see the side view of her wrists. So we're gonna make them a little bit on the skinnier side. And then again, her hands. Right? So we're starting to put it all together now. So you see how the curves and lines, they're really subtle. They're not big bulging biceps and triceps, but the subtleties really make her look human and feminine. Slightly being up and ending right over her armpit. Right over her armpit. We have a softly curving trapezius. I only like to do one side of the Roger on women. On guys, I will do both sides because you see them accentuated more. Like there's a lot more musculature on guys, so I'll do both sides, both Rogers and the Adam's apple and big trapezius muscles. Your deltoid curving out a little bit before it dips in. And then do you see how it comes and your elbow kind of tucks in a little bit? Okay, there's your little elbow bone, tip of your ulna. Here's your torso, your breast in the front. I'm just gonna, just the slightest bit of a curve. Curve out for her brachio. Again, a side view of her wrist. And you'll notice forearms aren't perfectly straight. They do have a gentle, very gentle curve to them. We'll do this side. Again, deltoid, dip. And there's her Her bicep is here. So you don't really see much of a curve, but you do see her brachio. And her wrist is a little bit thicker because you're seeing her hand is turning. And look, we have our figure without a head. We'll get to that. All right. So we've gone from our gesture, our little robot figure, to an actual fashion figure with actual muscle shapes. We have our walking figure. Again, our deltoid flares out. Here's her elbow, and then it flares out for her brachio. Skinny side view of her wrist. Slightly V clavicle that ends over her armpit. One side of the Roger. Beautiful sloping trapezius. Softly curving deltoid that dips in. Coming in for her elbow, flaring out for her brachio. And then her hand. And there you go. And now we have 3 beautiful complete to step 3s. Next week, I will teach you step 4. And it's really the easiest step. We are almost there. We are almost there. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither were your Croquis, but it's okay. We're so close to the end. Have you been practicing? Questions, comments, leave them for me. I will get to them. All right? See you next week. Hey, party people. The final step of Croquis building. How to draw fashion figures. Step 4 of 4. The last step. Are you excited? Are you excited? We're almost done. So close. Can you taste it? I can taste it. No, I'm just tasting coffee. Never mind. So we are going to tackle our figures. We're going to finish them up. They're going to be amazing. You're going to be so proud of yourself that you actually stuck it through and watched all these damn videos and did the practice. And then, you know, once you practice these 4 steps and keep going, you can eventually just make any figure you want ever. You never have to watch these damn videos again. You don't have to listen to me prattle on or read some book about how to do it. You'll just be able to do it. You'll be like, anytime you want a fashion figure, you'll be able to do it. It's amazing. And I'm so caffeinated right now. Oh my God. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna start drawing. All right. So in this step, oh my God, I'm so caffeinated. In this step, we're gonna do a few things. Number 1, we're going to make any corrections to the figures we have so far. Remember before how I said I like to flip figures over and do corrections on the other side? I like doing that. We could do this. Flip her over. Here's a pencil. This is a pencil you actually have to sharpen. Just so annoying. My fantasy is to have colored pencils, especially white, done in mechanical pencil. And I've seen a few of them. I've seen red and blue, but the lead is so hard that the color isn't very potent. You barely see it. Like, what's the point of that? No, I want soft, vibrant color. I want soft lead with vibrant color, but I want it in mechanical pencil form. Dear Art Supply Magicians, can you make that happen? Please, pretty please. So what I like to do in preparation for step 4 is I like to flip my step 3 over, and I like to take a correcting pencil and make any changes. Like, look at that. I totally made her breast really lopsided. All right, let's make her a little bit more symmetrical, shall we? No. I think the rest of her looks pretty good. So let's flip her back in and take paper down, etc., etc. Number 2, you want to complete your figure. And by that, I mean, I want you to add faces, fingers in your hands, like a hair shape. At this point, you don't need to like draw every single strand of hair, but it's good to like have, you know, if your figure is gonna have a bob, like to draw kind of a basic bob shape. I will do videos where I discuss at length how to do fashion faces and also how to do fashion hair. But for today, you know, I'm just gonna leave it as is. Here's her head. Don't forget her ears. Ears are those things where we don't think a whole lot about ears, and then people don't really notice them until they're missing. And then I'll be at crit and I'm looking at it. It's like, you guys, what looks funny? And some people just look at it and they don't get it. I'm like, her ears are missing. They're like, oh shit. If you wanted to do a bob, this is where I would just kind of go in and, you know, give her a little bob shape for her hair. There's where her eyes would sit. So we're gonna change the bodies at this point. You know, we have finished our step 3, so we can move on to making them skinnier, making them fatter, and making them curvier, making them more muscular and toned, and emphasizing certain things. You know, you got to think about your customer. Think, oh yeah, I'm going to focus my brand on pear-shaped girls. You know, a line of clothes that really suits women with pear shape. I'm going to make my patterns accommodate women with larger hips and thighs. And so I want my croquis to reflect that, so that as I'm designing around this lovely hips and thighs feature going on. And so this is where we do those things. We add the flesh, we take out the flesh, whatever you want to do. The number one thing you have to remember is whatever you do to one side, you have to do to the other. Because unless you're literally making a correction, like, oh, I made one arm way thicker than the other, you got to keep a balance. And not only that, is you have to address both sides. Like if you are thinning out a leg, you have to really decide, oh, am I thinning out the whole leg or am I making a correction on one side? Okay. So no matter what decision you make, it has to be a deliberate decision and not just willy-nilly, you didn't do it right, like, oh, you forgot. It has to be, oh yeah, I meant to do that. Here's her Roger, here's her beautiful trapezius, clavicle. And I'm going to trim down her upper body a hair, and then I'm going to slim down her legs a lot more. When you are working this small, this is what, like a 9-10 inch figure. When I say things like, you know, make her a little skinnier, make her a lot skinnier, whatever, I'm talking about 1/16 of an inch, the width of my pencil lead. Just teeny tiny increments. I'm not talking 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, giant measurements. So when I say I'm gonna make her a little bit skinnier, I mean I'm gonna draw just on the inside of my previous torso line. This is also why I use these skinny mechanical pencils, because the width of your pencil can really change the proportions of the whole drawing when your drawing is this small. I'm gonna keep this line. I'm gonna straighten out her forearm. And then I'm going to slim down her leg quite a bit. When you make thighs skinnier, you definitely want to only take out a tiny bit in the middle and take out a lot more in the hips. Everyone is obsessed with thigh gap, and it's like, whatever, you can take it or leave it. But the thing is your thigh gap shouldn't get so big that you could have a third leg growing in between your legs. So be careful as to how wide to make your thigh gap. I'm gonna trim her calves quite a bit. And here's my kneecap and my foot in here. Oh, I forgot her boob. And there we have our more slender fashion figure, step 4. And at this point, I would add her face. Why is it that we need these complete figures with faces? Even if I'm not going to be drawing a face with every croquis, I'm totally not, you know, like most of the time I really don't. But what I really like is having the face and the hair there as a reflection of the customer I'm designing for. It really helps design. So if you have a muse and you put that muse on your croquis, the style of the girl as she walks down the runway, it's like, oh, she's gonna look like this and she's gonna look like that, and I'm gonna have her makeup like this or whatever, like, or, you know, in the ad campaign, I want to feature so that she looks like a mermaid and she's dripping wet and like half her skin is green, like whatever look muse you're going for, to have that in your croquis figure so that you're reminded and looking as you're designing actually really helps with the design process, because it's like, don't forget your customer. It helps for designing, helps for merchandising, your salespeople will love you, all that good stuff, right? Don't forget your customer. So for this one, let's pretend I'm going to make her really curvy. I want like everything in and out, like teeny tiny waist, really round hips and thighs. And then I want to make her wrists and her ankles really small to even accentuate the curves even more, like stylize it a little bit so she just looks extra luscious. Give her a Veronica Lake sort of thing going on. Just the shape. I'm gonna make her face a little bit more delicate and add her face later. I'm going to, there's her clavicle. And I want to bring her shoulders in a little bit. So I'm going to shrink her rib cage, and again, you're going to shrink both sides of her rib cage and just make that waist really small. And then I'm gonna raise her high hip, so we're gonna make that beautiful curve happen. When you shrink the rib cage, male or female, you also have to bring her shoulders in and, you know, bring her arms in, because otherwise you will create this giant armpit gap, really ugly negative space. It's just gonna look like her shoulders went past where you are. It's just, it looks like her shoulders dislocated, but still managing to stay upright. Medically impossible and visually strange. So we're gonna bring her in. And again, you gotta bring that in so that her hand is still resting on her waist. We're gonna keep that beautiful negative space in here. Hand in here. Yes, I'm going to teach you how to draw hands. No, I don't really like drawing hands either. Don't worry about it. There's her clavicle, again, sitting right over her armpit. And we're going to bring her arm in too. Whatever you do to one side, you got to do to the other. Because I made her hip wider, I got to like move her hand out and in. Keep her knee the same size. And I'm going to make her ankles and her wrists really small. Remember I said that before? She has no thigh gap. Who cares? So while I'm making things bigger, making things smaller, I'm still keeping the shape of the anatomy still true to the anatomy, not adding lumps in places. Again, that's one of those not human things that I would critique. You got strange lumps, go see a doctor. And here you have your standard figure, and then you have your new step 4 figure that's curvy and luscious and hourglassy. And at this point, you know how her upper body is facing us, but her lower body is twisted a little bit. So I would actually add her side seam. Like that. Because if she was wearing jeans, we would see that much of her side seam. We would see her inseam too. And it's good to add these on your croquis. The more information you can add, the better as a really great working template. Lots of people like to add their princess seams. Here's a shoulder princess. And here's a bust princess. And so, you know, every time you're doing a drawing, every time you're doing a design, you know where the princess seams go, you know where the darts are supposed to go, you know where the side seam goes, so you don't have to think about it. Again, you're thinking about the variables, like how beautiful to make this collar, you know, a couple of different layers of different fabrics and how it lays on her bust. And you're not really thinking, oh, where does the side seam go again? And it also reminds you that you need one. And you might be thinking, Zoe, my shit is really avant-garde and I don't do side seams. Side seams are so pedestrian. Shut up. You gotta know where a side seam goes before you get to dismiss it, okay? Picasso, he knew how to draw beautiful, regular, real female figures before he started cutting them up and putting them back together again. All right, so you need to know where they are before you can put them somewhere else. So here's step 4. Feel free to explore and have fun with it. Look, at the end of the day, it's hard work, but it's only worth it if it's fun, right? So go and have fun, find your muse, and draw her out. I'll see you next time. Hi, guys. Today is Whatever I Want Wednesday, and what I want to do today is address a question I've been getting from a lot of viewers. That question is, hey Zoe, so I completed the 4 steps of croquis building, and now I have this tracing paper drawing of a body. What do I do with it? How do I use it? That's a good question. Remember when I said that you need to continue to transfer your plumb line and your center front to every step because you're only going to use the last step. You're not going to use these other 3. Okay. So make sure you have that information on your last step, male or female. And then you're going to take that and you're going to need to transfer it to harder paper because you don't want to carry around tracing paper, okay? It's very fragile, right? So you have a couple of options. You can take it to a Xerox machine and make a direct copy of it. If you do that, because you've been drawing with pencil this whole time, you're going to want to make sure that you increase the ink density. I think that's what they call it on Xerox machines, where you make the ink show up darker. You don't need to use really thick paper. Like my croquis are all on regular 24, 28 pound Xerox paper and it's fine, you know? And I make a couple of copies just to have around. I also like to flip the tracing paper over and make a couple of Xerox copies that way so that I have two different poses, essentially. Another thing you can do is to scan your tracing paper step 4 Croquis and manipulate it in Photoshop. I prefer this method for a few different reasons. Number one, you can just copy and paste several Croquis onto one sheet of paper. So I have 3 side views that I can choose from now whenever I want to do a side view. You can play with the size of your Croquis. Like this is just on 8.5 by 11 paper. And so my Croquis are about 10.5, 10 inches tall. And that's nice for everyday design work. But if I wanted to really focus on, let's say I wanted to focus on bathing suits. Like I would want a bigger Croquis so I can really get in there with some nice little details. And so I would blow it up so that I have that. Here's one that's a little bit bigger, but not that much bigger. And again, I did the mirror image thing because, believe it or not, it can change the overall look, especially later on when you're composing your figures together. If you've done your Croquis correctly, it will read nicely as the mirror image, as nicely as it did in the original. If you flip it and the mirror image looks weird, that means there's something wrong with the original Croquis and you need to fix that. I also like to do like a front, back, and side on one sheet of paper so that I can just carry around one sheet of paper with me all the time and I have access to all 3 views. With male Croquis, sometimes I don't get to fit 3, but I will fit a front and a side at least. So I'll scan in all my poses and then I'll pull what poses I want to be working with for a specific design project. Like I pulled these 2 together because I thought these poses worked well for the same project. And so I used these 2 poses together for a lot of the work. I mean, they're kind of similar, right? Same with these 2 guys. Sometimes I'll shrink up a Croquis even smaller, especially when I'm doing the quick sketch phase of a design project. Okay. This is a typical sketchbook for me. I like it smaller, a little bit smaller than 8.5 by 11. I like spiral bound because that way I can open the whole book without like that crazy curved book binding. So I have the whole sheet. And what I like to do is take a smaller Croquis, and I like to get sketchbooks that have kind of lighter paper, like 40, 60 pound paper, where I could still see the Croquis through it. The camera might not be able to pick up how much of the Croquis I can see, but I can see it. And so, I'll cut this out. I'll tuck it into my sketchbook, and I'll carry that Croquis with me in my sketchbook all the time, so that I can just draw on the fly and design things. Sometimes I just draw freehand, depending on what I'm working on. Sometimes I draw them more like they look like flats. And sometimes I want the body. And so you can tell that the pose is in there. So I'll have a smaller Croquis and I'm just drawing right on top. Marker paper is really awesome because you can just put the marker paper right on top and you can see right through it. And so here you are with your Croquis and you can just start working right away, whether it's a really quick design sketch or a much more elaborate illustration, right? Whatever, right? When it comes to thicker papers like watercolor paper or Bristol board or some of that thicker marker rendering paper, you have 2 options. One, you can take your Croquis, tape it to the back of your paper, and take your paper to a window on a sunny day. And if your Croquis is dark enough and it's bright enough outside, you can see your Croquis right through the paper and you can use it in that way. You're probably going to want to tape it down because it's harder to kind of keep everything in place when you're drawing against a window like that. So when you pick a tape, make sure it's something not too sticky so that it doesn't peel up layers of paper when you peel the tape up. You're going to want something like artist tape, drafting tape, that blue painter's tape. You know, what I like to do is just take tape and like, you know, pick up lint off my body so that the lint from the back of the tape will make it less sticky. You can also use a light box, and light boxes can be expensive. And you know, I was the broke kid in college, so I don't want to tell you guys to go buy a bunch of expensive things, but just like proper paintbrushes, a light box is something you can just buy once and take good care of it, and it will last you a really long time, and it will be worth the investment. Approximately 300 BC, when I was going to college, I bought a light box for about $80, and I still have that same light box. I haven't even replaced the light bulbs because I just take good care of my things. And if we were to talk about cost per use, it's probably something like 0.0000001 cent per use at this point, because I've been using it so much. And you have the benefit of, you know, not having to wait for the sun to come up to use it. If anything, you want a dark room. So yeah, like good paintbrushes, light box, especially if you do a lot of watercolor and you want to have a good template for your underdrawing, you know, having a light box is great. They make them really small and thin now. Mine is a little bit bulky, but whatever. I've seen some that are so thin and lightweight that they look like legal pads, and students carry them to and fro school, no problem. And then with a good light box and a really pitch dark room, you can even use a light box to trace croquis on lighter Canson construction papers, like light grays and like light beiges and things. If you watch my How to Illustrate White Fabrics video, you know that I'm a big fan of using a slightly colored background and having an opaque whitewash on top to really make the white pop. And you can still use a light box for that as long as the paper is not too dark. If you want to see me take a croquis and draw on top of marker paper and do a full-on, simple, basic fashion illustration using one of my croquis, then go watch my, what is it called? Basic fashion illustration with markers tutorial. Okay, I'll drop a link in the info box. And that's it, you guys. I can't think of anything else, but if you do have a question, of course, always feel free to drop me a comment. You guys know the drill. Share, subscribe, like, you know, the typical YouTube vlogger reel of things. And I will see you next time. Hey guys, today I'm going to teach you guys classic elongated fashion figure. You're going to need tracing paper, about an 18-inch clear graph ruler, skinny mechanical pencils, some skinny erasers, a correcting pen. This is a 0.5 tip red gel pen. Your visual reference, of course. So if you're not familiar with my 4-step process to make croquis, I highly recommend that you go and review the videos. And I'm going to post the links somewhere in the box, somewhere on the screen, somewhere, okay? Or you can go to my channel homepage. If you already know the process, you're familiar with the process, or you are advanced enough in drawing and, you know, croquis work that you think you can follow along, be my guest. But at some point, if you get confused, just go back to the videos. We're going to take the same 4-step process and apply it to just longer figures. So step 1, tracing the gesture. Step 2, building the body. 3, adding anatomy. And 4, photoshopping with pencil. I have my visual reference. I have put my plumb line down. So from her suprasternal notch to the center of her weight leg, or like in this case, if her weight is evenly distributed between both feet, then in the center of her ankles. Because she's a 10 head figure, we need to measure her head, not along the plumb line, but along the center of her face. If you can't tell where the top of the model's head is because there's so much hair going on up on top, just keep in mind that your eye line is at the center of your head. Not the center of your face, but the center of your head. So just measure from the bottom of your head to your eye line and multiply that by 2. This is a 1 1/8 inch head. I'm going to take my tracing paper and I'm going to mark 10 heads, each 1 1/8 inch. And then number them. I know it seems like a small thing, but you would be amazed at how many errors happen because the student decided not to number their heads, and I get weird croquis with super long thighs and really short calves. So flip her over, because when you're drawing and correcting and doing a bunch of stuff and erasing, you want to keep your plumb line and your numbers. So that's on the back now. And we're gonna line up the plumb lines, and we're gonna just scooch her down, scooch the tracing paper up and down along the plumb line to elongate this pose. And this is another reason why the plumb line is important. And as you're working, if you see 2 plumb lines, you're ruining the pose. You're not capturing the pose. You're moving thighs around in the wrong place. Always keep your plumb lines lined up. Here we go. So the 1 mark should be at the bottom of her chin. And we're going to trace her head, not just her face, but her head. And then next we're going to do her breasts. And this 2 mark should be at the top of her breast where the top of a strapless dress would sit. So again, scooch, keep your plumb lines matched up. You know, that's where her strapless dress would sit, right? And that's where your 2 is. And so we're going to mark her breasts here. And then you mark your shoulders. You mark your shoulders after your bust, because that makes you to have perky breasts and a long neck. If you do head, neck, shoulders, and then scooch down for the breasts, it's going to give you a short neck and saggy boobs. Shoulder balls, double-headed Mickey Mouse. And then we're going to scooch some more for her waist. So her waist is at 3, and so are your elbows. Your elbows sit really close to your waist. So elbows here. And remember to make those markers as wide as the limbs. There's her rib cage in here. And then crotch is at 4 1/4, not 1/4 inches, but 25% of the head. So here's 4, here's 5, here's about half of that. Oh, there we go. Keep your plumb lines matched up, and we're gonna put her pelvic box in here. Her wrists are right at crotch level, so we're gonna put that in there. Her hands. And then the center of your knees are going to be at 6. And then your ankles are going to be at 9. And you're like, wow, her calves are so long now. And you would be right about now. There are a couple of reasons why we make the calves so long? Number one, it creates a more graceful figure, long and leggy. Number two, minimum design distortion. So just imagine as you're designing, a lot of people design a lot of different kinds of collars and tailoring around the shoulders and different kinds of sleeves. And we design a lot in the trunk space of a body. And when you're designing pants and skirts, well, with pants, you design a lot around the hip area, right? Closures and different kinds of waistbands and belt loops and yokes and pockets, right? And then maybe at the hem, you have some cuffs or some interesting top stitching, but you don't really design a whole lot in the calf area. It works out perfectly that the bodies look more graceful and there's minimum design distortion. And then the bottom of your feet are going to be at the 10 mark. And yes, you are making your feet bigger because if you think about it, it's proportionately correct. Most people, the taller you get, the bigger your feet are. Here is the completed gesture. This is a complete croquis for a 9-head figure. The only difference between this one and this one is that once I got to her knees, I made her ankles at the 8-head mark, not the 9-head mark. So yes, I was elongating her calves as well as the rest of her, but I didn't elongate the calves as much as your classic fashion figure. I don't stick to one type of figure. I manipulate croquis to whatever design project that I'm working on. When would I use a 9-head versus a 10-head? 9-head, I highly recommend for costume design majors because costume designers are designing for actors, and actors, most of them are average height. You know, there are a lot of actresses like Charlize Theron who are very, very tall, but for the most part, costume designers are costuming people of average height. Whereas fashion design, and the runway and everything, models are, you know, on average 5'9", 5'10", whereas your average woman is about 5'5". So while fashion likes a more idealized proportion, a fantastical proportion, costume design likes idealized, but more within the realm of reality. Also depends on the age group. Like, I don't want an elegant figure for juniors. Like, especially if I'm doing junior swimwear, where the focus is more on the torso, the design is here, and it takes up more of the space. So if I'm doing a younger junior look, bathing suits, that kind of thing, I'll use a 9-head. And then for evening wear, I might even do an 11-head. Once you have your elongated gesture, the other steps are exactly the same. And we build the body using the girth markers that we used before. And then fold her over again. And we do step 3, which is adding anatomy. And this is all reviewed. You can go watch the videos again. But I'm going to show you elongated legs because that is mainly the part that's elongated the most and trips students up the most. So here's crotch level. We're going to give her a little bit of a thigh gap. And we know how wide her knees are. We know how wide her ankles are. Here's her hip. So as before, waist, high hip, and then low hip is crotch where it's the widest. So we're going to curve around that, and then we're going to tuck back in. And then the outside of the knee is straight. High curve on the outside of the calf. So when we were doing calves before, we had the high curve on the outside. And now that we're elongating them, you're elongating the entire curve. You're not going to curve and then just elongate the bottom part. You're going to elongate the entire curve. Like so. And then the inside, right, curving in, divoting about 2/3 of the way down, and then wrapping, and the inside of the knee is round, low curve on the inside, divot, high ankle bone, and then your foot, and your kneecap and tibial tuberosity. So there's your elongated leg. And then of course your step 4. Let's say you want a super juicy hips and thighs leg. We're gonna add some hip, add a little bit in here too. The knee, you're not gonna add so much. Add a little bit here. Just a little bit more there. And here you have your juicy step 4 leg. Now let's do an asymmetrical figure. We have your visual reference, plumb line from your suprasternal notch to the center of your weight ankle. We have on the reverse side of the tracing paper, the plumb line. I measured the head, it's 1/8 inch, so mark the 10 heads. The 1 mark goes right under her chin. Keep those plumb lines matched up. Trace the head, not just the face. Here's her ear, center front. Now, when you have a twisted rib cage where her breasts are at an angle, you can just draw that strapless dress right on top, and that's where that 2 mark will go. Your breast, this one goes here, this one goes here. Double-headed Mickey Mouse, angle of the shoulders, angle of her neck, and the beginning of her center front. Waist is at 3, which is, she's kind of just there. So I'm going to leave her there. And her elbows. And then crotches 4 1/4. So here, that's about half. That's about 1/4. So just scooching a little bit, keep your plumb lines matched up. We're gonna draw her pelvic box again. Here we go. There's her center front. There's the front of her pelvic box. That's the side. Let's see a little bit of the top. If you are confused, go back to the first video. We have her wrists. And then her knees are at 6. And when I say that on a figure where all the weight is on one leg, you're going to use your weight leg for that measurement. So your knee, 6 is going to be at the knee of your weight leg. So this is the knee with the weight leg, and then I'm going to mark the knee of the other leg. And then again, ankle of your weight leg will be at 9. Here's your other ankle. And then again, yes, your foot is going to be a bit bigger. And there is the gesture for this pose. Fold her over to build the body. And yes, I have flipped her pose over so that I can be correcting any mistakes as I go. All right, and there's my completed step 3. And I'm gonna work on step 4. I'm gonna flip her over and I'm gonna make corrections. Now, this pen is a Pilot Friction and it is an erasable pen. And I don't recommend that you use erasable pens for anything you want finished, final, forever, because they're erasable, and these pens are even more erasable than pencil. Pencil, you can see smudges and stuff, but these pens are really, really erasable. So yeah, not for bank documents or final renderings, but these are great for correcting. So I flipped her over and I'm going to make corrections. I'm going to bring her rib cage in a little bit over here. I'm going to bring her arm in just a hair, just her shoulder. I'm going to leave the rest of her arm as is. I'm going to move her head over because she seems like she's at this like really weird, awkward angle. And she kind of is in this pose, but we don't have to continue to make errors, right? Trim her neck down. And then I know her wrist is higher because her shoulders are at an angle, but this seems like a little bit too high. So I'm gonna bring her down here. Like so. Her calf looks really stiff, so I'm gonna push her out a little bit like so. Finish step 4 by adding her face, blocking in her hair, and you know, really finessing the drawing and making everything extra beautiful. Etc., etc. Right? So 4 steps of croquis building for elongated figures. If you have any questions or comments, leave them below. If you want to see future videos where I teach you how to draw faces and hair, and I give you more tips on how to make your figures look better, go ahead and hit the subscribe button, and I will see you next time. Hey party people, this is your friendly neighborhood over-caffeinated fashion design and illustration professor Zoe Hong. Today I'm going to teach you how I like to do super elongated 11 head figures, like this one. I mean, this is a very exaggerated look, and I personally like these figures for evening wear because the drama of a lot of evening wear lends itself really well to these very dramatic figures. But of course, feel free to use them however you like once you've learned how to do them. Let's go over materials really quick. First of all, you're gonna need some tracing paper. I don't have a super huge preference on tracing paper. This is the Blick brand. I got a bunch of these pads when they were on sale a few months ago. This is a good brand. As long as the tracing paper is not too plasticky like vellum, any tracing paper is fine. You can also get tracing paper on a roll, whatever. You know, longtime viewers know that I prefer mechanical pencils to regular pencils because I'm too lazy to sharpen pencils most of the time. Now, I use a B.5 because I want it to be dark enough so that my lines will show up on camera really well. But when I'm not on camera and I'm starting a croquis from scratch, I will use a much lighter, skinnier pencil like a 0.3 HB lead. So I do recommend you use a harder lead, a lighter lead when you're first sketching. My two favorite erasers in the world. This is the Pentel Click. You can find these at, you know, a lot of sort of office supply stores like Office Max, Office Depot, and they're good. You know, you can get these refills. This is a Tombow Mono Zero, super skinny 0.4, super skinny erasing. And then for corrections work, these are Pilot Color Enos. They are colored mechanical pencils. They're a little bit on the thick side, but for corrections work, they're excellent and they're erasable. They're erasable like pencil. If you grind down and draw really hard, then it's hard to erase completely, much like regular graphite pencil. If you draw kind of regular light, they are erasable. If you do not have access to these color pencils, I ordered these on Amazon. These are also good. This is a Pilot G2 with a 0.38 point. You can write really skinny with these. This is a clear graph ruler, and this is my favorite kind of ruler for 99.9% of what I do, except for when I'm cutting boards. I like to have a corkback metal ruler, and I have 17,000 of these. I'm fairly certain that I single-handedly keep the clear graph ruler industry in business. And most importantly, visual references. Doesn't matter what you draw, whether you draw ducks, whether you draw people, whether you draw dish towels. If you want to learn how to draw something, you need to go look at the thing you're trying to draw, period. After a while, after you've practiced a lot, you can start drawing from memory, but even people who have been drawing for 40 years, if they want to draw a person, they want to draw a particular pose, they prefer drawing in front of a visual reference, a live model, etc., etc. Oh, and I forgot tape. I'm going to need some tape, drafting tape, nothing like Scotch tapes, clear tape, something substantial. And I like to get some lint on it, get some fuzzy stuff on it so that it's not so sticky, that it'll peel up easily. Bing! Fuzzy. I'm going to show you two methods on how to approach figures. I have a 4-step croquis building process. It's in my female fashion figures playlist. I have a male series, a male fashion figures playlist. You can go watch those for a deep dive on the process. I'm going to show you the basics of how I do the 4 steps for 11 head figures. And then I'm going to show you a second method after that. The first thing you want to do is figure out where your plumb line is, where your center of gravity is, okay? How you're balanced when you're standing, or how your model is balanced when they're standing. To get an idea of this, I want you to stand up, and I want you to stand with your feet planted about shoulder width with your weight evenly distributed on both feet. The center of your body, because your body is symmetrical right now, the center of your body is your center of gravity, and that's where your plumb line is. Now, I want you to pick up one foot and try to balance, okay? Balance on one leg. You'll notice that your torso immediately shifted over the foot that is still on the ground, because now your center of gravity needs to be different to make sure you stay standing upright. Here, her body is balanced over this foot. See how just her tippy toe is balanced there, but the weight is really on this foot. And so her center of gravity is centered over this foot. To mark your plumb line, you take your suprasternal notch, which is that little divot in between your clavicles. That's the base of your neck. Here's your weight ankle, so the center of your weight ankle. There's your center of gravity and your plumb line. Now, your center front is completely different. If you're standing straight up and down and your body is symmetrical, then yeah, your center front will align with your center of gravity. But she's shifted over, she's twisting her torso, and so they're not aligned. A lot of fashion figures are like that, right? So you can see, I picked this picture because it's so clear where her center front is. There's her belly button. You can see the line dividing her abs. There's the center of her crotch. So we can start building this curve in here. That's the center of her breasts. That's the base of her neck. There's her center front. If she was wearing a very form-fitted shirt, this is where her buttons would be sitting along the front. Now, we're going to do an 11 head figure. So the first thing we need to do is measure her head so that we could figure out what 11 heads looks like. So take your graph ruler and run that line along the center of her face, not along the plumb line, but the center of her face. She's angled this way, but I'm not measuring her head like this. I'm measuring her head along her vertical. If you can't figure out where the top of her head is because she has a very elaborate hairstyle, remember that the eye line sits at the center of the head, not the center of the face, but the center of the head. And so I'm gonna say that she's like 7/8 of an inch. Her head is about 7/8 of an inch. Please do write your numbers. I find that students will occasionally make that mistake where they misjudged which one it was. And then I flip it to the back because no matter how much erasing I do on the figure, I will retain my number line. We're going to be tracing parts and moving the line up and down to elongate the figure in this method. When we're doing this method, make sure that your plumb lines are always matched up so that you only see one line. You don't ever want to like start shifting the plumb line so that you're moving and changing the body. We could do that later on if you want to adjust the figure to match your image, your customer, your muse better. You're gonna drop that one mark right at the bottom of her head. Here is her head. There's the center line for her head. There's her eye line. The 2 mark is gonna sit at the top of her breasts where a strapless dress would sit, this strapless bikini top. That's going to be the 2 mark. The angle of her bust should be perpendicular to her center front, 90-degree angle. Also, the angle of her hips should be 90-degree angle, okay? So, we don't have to move it that much. Her breasts are in here. Her center front is here. I draw breasts and then I draw shoulders because some people, you can drop your shoulders for more proper posture, elongated neck. You can pick up your shoulders for certain poses. So her shoulder is like up here and then her other shoulder is down here. So she's clearly kind of picked this shoulder up for this pose, and there's her clavicle. There's her neck. Since this is the base of her neck, make sure that her neck is like symmetrical and is kind of sitting on evenly on either side. Waist is at 3. I'm gonna drop that a little bit. I'm shortening her torso a bit. She is rather long torsoed. Make sure your plumb line is matched up. There's her waist. There's her rib cage in here. And then when I mark her waist, I mark her elbows, and I always mark the entire width of the elbow so I know how wide to make the body parts. Continue her center front. Here's 4 and here's 5, and on women, I like the crotch to be in between 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. That's not 1/4 of an inch, that's 1/4 of the space. So there's about half the space, and there's about 1/4 of the space. So I want the crotch to be here. And let's make it we can make it a kind of in between. Make sure those plumb lines are matched up. There's that. We're gonna complete her center front line. Her hips are at the same angle as that. You know, her pelvic box sits in there like so. And then when I mark the crotch, I also like to mark the wrists. So there's that. Hand gesture. I do have a drawing hands video if you are interested in learning more about drawing hands. Knees, the top of her knee. So there's her knee, right? And there's her other knee. We go by the knee of the weight leg because this one is straight up and down. This one is foreshortened. So using the foreshortened leg for proportions will give you wonky legs. So using the weight leg that's straight up and down, the 6 mark is going to be at the top of the knee. There's 6. There's the top of the knee. There's the angle of her thigh. Then you mark the other knee in relation to that one and the angle of her thigh. I tend to keep the torso fairly realistic in proportion because that's where a lot of the design goes. And then usually skirts are just long, pants are just long, whatever, you know? So the weight ankle is gonna be at the 10 mark. And at this point, you might be thinking, oh my God, that is so much calf. It's like double the length. And yeah, I know, it's a very exaggerated. So there's the ankle, and then here's the other ankle in relation to the other one. So always do the weight leg first, and then here's your foot, drops right to that 11 mark, and this one back here. And here is the pose translated directly onto an 11 head proportioned figure. At this stage, I would fold it over, or if you can't, you can use some of that tape. And you're gonna follow the rest of the 4-step process, building the body out, adding anatomy, and editing and perfecting the figure. Those 4 steps are made for beginners. And if you feel like you've been practicing for a long time and you can skip a couple of steps or whatnot, be my guest. That's what I do. Building the body means you're just making a little robotic version. You're not worrying about anatomy. You're fleshing things out in order to build the anatomy on top. Sometimes for this part, I will use a ruler because the lengths are so freaking long. I want to make this knee the same size as the other knee. She does have quite the thigh gap, so I'm going to give her that. Really using the width of those markers. The 3rd step is adding anatomy, and I'm going to show you how I use the little robot legs underneath to help me. So with any leg, you're going to curve out the hip. You're going to curve in. The outside of the knee is straight. High curve on the outside, low ankle bone. This one you can't really see, but this one is a really good example. Again, curve out, in, outside of the knee is straight, high curve on the calf on the outside. On the inside, it curves in, and the inside of the knee is round. And then there's a dip, and there's a low curve on that calf. High curve on the outside, low curve on the inside, high ankle bone, okay? Now, I've seen these like broken ankle type looking feet. That's not what I mean. The angle is very slight on those ankles, very slight. I typically draw the weight leg first, so curving out, there's the hip. We curve in, outside of the knee is straight. And we're gonna mark that right. Like you can add fat to the thigh, but I want you to keep your knees about the same width as before. You're gonna high curve that calf. This is the outside of the ankle bone. But notice how here's the outside, and then the calf gets skinnier than the ankle. So about 2/3 of the way down, we're gonna cross that line and then flare back out for the ankle. So here, cross that line, curve in and out, and then your foot. Inside, we have that's gonna be the widest part of the thigh, and we curve in. Inside of the knee is round, but we're following the width that we established from before. We dip in. Now, there's that line. We're gonna touch that line. Okay. There's our kneecap. We're gonna touch that line, but not cross it. We're gonna go in, and then we're gonna flare back out for the other half of the ankle. And there's your leg. And that's how you use that little robot leg underneath to help you add your anatomy. For the other leg, okay, again, outside, curve, add some fat, straight on the outside, curving out. About 2/3 of the way in, we're going to curve back in and get a little narrower and come back out for the ankle. Again, curving, round on the inside. We're gonna dip, and we're gonna touch that line, but not cross it. And then we're gonna come in. There's her ankle. You know, they're really pushing against each other, not overlapping right in this section. So you see my red line and my pencil line. And then this foot is not as foreshortened, right? She's like on her tippy toe here. Okay. And then the fourth step is perfecting the pose and adjusting for your muse or customer. And at this stage, it's like, oh, you know, my customer is very, very thin, so maybe you carve out some of the fat. Maybe your customer is much, you know, curvier, and you want to add more. Add a little bit more upper arm, you know, give her a slightly larger breast, a little bit more fat in here, give her a little bit more hip. Round that out. Still keep the knee close to the same. I'm going to bridge some of that thigh gap in there. I'm going to bring out the calf a hair. When we're adding and subtracting, we're talking like tiny bits. So we're going on the outside of that line. Slightly softer, plushier version of that figure. Another thing I like to do in self-editing is to flip the figure over to check for errors. Now, the psychology behind that is when you're working on a figure and you're working and you're staring at it, your brain and your eyes get used to the errors. And your brain starts adjusting for it and getting used to it, and it starts to think that's the new normal. And so later on, when you're at step 4, it's really hard to edit and really look for mistakes. But when you flip the figure over, it's almost like looking at a new figure and the mistakes jump out at you. Like, oh no, your kneecap should be down here, and I want the curve to be a little bit lower here, and and you can really look for the errors in that way. Give her a tiny bit more head. If you want more in-depth anatomy videos, I have them. I'm gonna drop links to everything below. The process for doing side and back view figures are exactly the same. Okay, you start by choosing an excellent visual reference, figuring out your center of gravity. So her hair is kind of in the way, but we can, you can see a distinct angle. So we're gonna draw her head in here, just inside her hairdo. And we've got the angle of her shoulders. You can see her spine in here. So there's the curvature of her spine, and there's her butt crack, and that's the base of her neck. All her weight is on this foot. See how she's just balancing on her toes here? So there's her weight ankle. So there's that. It's Talk Like a Pirate Day. There's the base of her neck. There's her weight ankle, and here is your plumb line. So here's your center back line. Okay, that's where a zipper would sit along a tight bodycon dress. And then angle of her shoulders, there's her weight, there's her center of gravity, and then you can proceed from there. On the side view, it's a little bit different because we're not working with the suprasternal notch. We're still at the center of the neck. And then I chose this pose on purpose because she's not exactly balanced on one foot. Most of her weight is on this leg. Some of it is on this leg. Like this foot is planted. It's not like these where it's just her toe is there, but this foot is planted down. There's her neck in here like that. The center of her neck is about here. This is where most of her weight is, but some of her weight is in there. So I'm gonna make the center of gravity a little bit in front. Okay, it's a little bit distributed. That is gonna be my plumb line for this figure. And you might be wondering, well, that makes her crooked on the page. It's like, no, she's photoshopped, okay? They could do whatever the hell they want in Photoshop. We're trying to make it look kind of real. I do have more in-depth videos on side view figures, back view figures, both male and female. So go check out my fashion figure playlist for those videos. Now I'm gonna show you how to do these without using the tracing method. You're still gonna have to figure out the plumb line and the center front. So here's her suprasternal notch. Here's the center of her breasts. This is great because she's wearing a V-neck, so now you know where her center is. There's her breast there. Her side seam is probably sitting about there. Her crotch is in here like this. There's her butt, so I'm gonna say it's sitting like that. And there's her center front. There, okay. This is a perfect side view leg, so she's a little bit twisted on the front. So here is where her outseam on her pants would sit. And she's coming forward like Z's. And then we're going to mark our number line. We don't have to measure her head because we're not tracing. We're not doing the trace and drop method. I'm just gonna do 7/8 of an inch. And again, on this side. Now, this is still your plumb line. And so you're going to use that as a reference point. Her entire head is touching the plumb line on one side. And it's dipping below. Another way you can approach that is draw her breasts first. Remember that 2 mark is where her strapless dress would sit, so about here. And this is her plumb line. Her center front is like way over here. Her breast is here. Do you see the relationship? And then this one is much flatter. It's more of an ovoid because you're only seeing part of it. And then her rib cage is at 3. And then her shoulders are above that. Following this angle, you're following this angle of her shoulders. You're gonna see this, and you're gonna see this space, right? So space, shoulder. It's coming down pretty straight. Elbow is just past the waist curve. And then her arm is up here. Honestly, I hate these raised arm poses. I'd probably drop it if I was going to use this pose in real life. There's her suprasternal notch. There's how her neck picks up. Her chin is kind of close to her shoulder, right? So it's here. It's not going to go all the way up to the 0 point because her head is dropped, right? And her ear is like crossing this line. She's in here like this. Okay, so use your reference points. If you wanted to make this arm happen, 4.5, 4.25. Her side seam is on the other side of the plumb line. It's curving, curving, curving. There's the bottom of her crotch. You know, do. Her butt is kind of sticking out like this. You know, well, maybe not that much. And then her forearm drops in front of it. Her wrist is right at crotch level. Okay, it's a little bit longer because she's dropped her shoulder and arching her back a lot. So there's her hand. This point is this distance from the center front. So we're here and here and here. And that's her side seam. Notice how her side seam crosses the plumb line just under her breast. Here we are. There's her side seam. Now her knee, the top of her knee is at 6, right? So here's 6. And it's crossing the plumb line. So we're about here. So we're here. And we're here. Ankle is at 10. Remember, it's just off on one side. And then this leg, you know, it's pretty much level. We're out here. The knee is coming up, not as far as the elbow. Okay, so about here. People forget that there's so much support structure in our knees. Muscles, ligaments, cartilage, all this bone, they need to be thick, our knees. And some people make the mistake of making knees really skinny to make legs look skinny. But look, if you have like a nicely proportioned thigh and then a really skinny knee, your thigh is going to look fat in comparison. So draw enough girth to the knee. And then her ankle is a little bit higher. This angle is about that angle. We're checking our proportions. People like to draw, I've seen this a lot with like anime stuff, cartoony stuff, where they draw calves like this. But look at her calves. She curves out. Feel your own calves, feel your own shins. There's muscle in the front. There's flesh there to protect our shins. And here is the other shoe. And they're touching, see? And this negative space in here, it is similar to this negative space in here. It's longer, but the shape is very similar. You see that? It's just this part is so much longer. So use those reference points, use your plumb line, use your center front, your side seam, kind of work all that together, keep referencing back and forth, work your proportions. And this is why visual reference is so important. And then we have this beautiful sketched out kind of craziness. Again, I like to flip her over so that I can look for errors, okay? Really the best way. And then we can start cleaning up the figure. I actually want to elongate her neck a tiny bit. She is a fashion figure. So I'm gonna pick up her head. I'm not gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna raise the whole head. There's her clavicle. See how this point is kind of the midway point of her upper arm? So I'm going to drop this and give her a little bit more rib cage. You can't really see it maybe on camera, but there's her arm. And her butt does stick out a little bit past her wrist. So I'm going to do that. With side view legs, you have this curving out, your quad, and then it dips in, and then you're going to see a more sharp angle for your kneecap. You're going to dip in, and you're going to have the softest, gentlest outward curve for your shin. I drew too much. The softest. It does make a difference though. And then on the outside here, we have your bum. Dip. You're going to have that dip under your butt, and then your leg is going to curve out for your hamstring. The back of your knee is straight. Well, if your leg is straight, obviously. Okay. Back of your leg is straight. There's that high curve of the calf. You're going to see that little ankle bone sitting in there. And there's your foot. And I have a whole video on how to draw feet. You're going to see maybe that little crease sometimes. You're going to see your kneecap sometimes. Again, curving out. A little bit of a sharp angle for your kneecap. See how this point, it's like past the halfway point. So here's the halfway point of her thigh. So we're going to have that juncture underneath it like that. There's her kneecap. Etc., etc. And there's your 11 head proportion figure for this pose. As usual, please do drop me all your questions in the comment section below. Give this video a thumbs up if you found it helpful or entertaining or something. Share, subscribe, hit that notification bell because apparently the subscribe button is useless, meaningless without the notification bell. Remember, hashtag always be practicing, hashtag practice not magic, hashtag it's hard because it's hard, not because there's anything wrong with you, hashtag if your first one sucks, you're right on track, hashtag Zoe has all the ridiculous hashtags, and I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're drawing plus size female croquis figures. If you are familiar with my channel, then you know that I have a 4-step croquis building process for any kind of fashion figure. Male, female, children, front, back, side, walking, whatever, right? And so the same applies for plus size figures. Why wouldn't they? Right? So I'm going to be moving fairly quickly. If you get lost on a certain step, then I encourage you guys to go watch my previous videos on that step. And I will drop a link in the info box below. To review, the 4 steps of croquis building are these. Step 1, tracing the gesture. Step 2, building the body. Step 3, adding anatomy. Step 4, photoshopping with pencil. So quickly, let's go over the things you're gonna need today. Number 1, you're going to need visual references, okay? If you follow me on Pinterest, and I have a link in my info box, I have a Pinterest board that I used to call Bodies, but I changed the name recently to Figure Drawing Refs. And I've recently added a bunch of plus size body pictures to help you guys get started finding visual references for your plus size figures. That whole board is just bodies, different bodies. And I've been adding, anatomy studies and figure poses that are good for croquis, men, women, children, and walking and yoga and dance and super skinny and super muscular and super curvy, and they're kind of all mixed up in there. So scroll through, take a look around, and I hope that helps you find some good visual references for your croquis. Find pictures that are large enough that you can print them full size on a sheet of 8.5 by 11 paper and they don't end up pixelated. This one is my favorite because it is the most high res. Find pictures of figures that aren't wearing much clothing so that you can really see what the body is doing and what the body shapes look like. Look for poses where there's nothing in the way of showing off the design, like no arms crossed in front of their chests, and nothing that's too twisted or contorted to kind of ruin the effect or make it too difficult to draw a design. So these 3 are all excellent examples. You're going to need pencils and erasers. Obviously, you know me, I'm super lazy and I hate sharpening pencils. And so I use mechanical pencils all the time. Normally when I'm doing croquis work, I use a 0.3 HB pencil. This one is from Muji. But because I want to make sure the camera picks up my pencil work, just for the tutorial, I'm going to use this 0.7 B lead pencil. So I got these super skinny erasers in Japan. You'll have seen them if you watched my haul video. And I'm going to try them out for the first time now. I like to do my corrections work with a colored mechanical pencil. And my favorites so far are these Pilot Color Enos. You'll need tracing paper. You can get it in a roll. You can get it on a pad, whatever, I don't care. You're going to need a clear graph ruler. 12 inches is usually okay, but you're probably going to want something longer like this 18-inch one when you start elongating figures. And you're going to need some non-sticky tape, artist tape with a bunch of lint on it. That's what I do. There are basically 2 ways you can approach doing a plus size figure. You can take an existing croquis you have of a not plus size figure, and you can redo the step 4, which is photoshopping with pencil, right? Where you alter the body to fit the kind of customer that you want. So remember when I previously, I talked about step 4. This was the step where if you wanted someone who was more hourglass, you would give her bigger breasts, bigger hips. If you wanted someone that was, more athletic, more muscular, a little bit more straight up and down and really showed that muscle definition, step 4 is where you would push the anatomy, push the bones and the muscles to create that look, right? And so similarly, this is the step where you could do that, where you take your existing croquis figure and you decide, oh, well, I'm going to add curves to this figure. And you can say, okay, I want to give her larger breasts and they will hang lower. They will be larger overall. Her center front will stay the same. Her vertical proportions will stay the same, of course. And make sure whatever you do to one side, you will also do to the other side. The angle of the hips is the same. And you should keep the crotch level still the widest part of your hips for the most part. Use your visual reference as a key for the body shapes, you know. So her waist goes in, you know, her breasts out to here. She has some curves and then a little dip in here where her underwear sits, and then curves at her high hip, another curve at her low hip. So I'm going to give her all those shapes too. And then notice at crotch level, that's about where her hips are widest. And then we taper in and we have our knees. Our kneecaps remain the same size. You know, we're going to close up that thigh gap, but make sure you mark her crotch so you know how to draw her pants later. You know, make sure that you're staying symmetrical. Whatever you add to one side, you're going to add that same amount to the other. But keep in mind, the anatomy is not that different, okay? Remember when I was teaching you guys how to draw legs and I was saying, you know, when you draw calves, high curve on the outside, low curve on the inside, high ankle bone on the inside, low ankle bone on the outside. Those things don't change because a person gets bigger. So when I draw calves, high curve on the outside, low ankle bone, low curve on the inside, high ankle bone, right? Her clavicle will stay where it is. I'm gonna give her a tiny bit more neck. I'm gonna round out her face a little bit. I'm gonna keep her hairstyle because I like that. And then we're going to add overall to the outside of her shoulders, arms, and there is your new figure where the pose is the same and the shapes are in the same general vein, but everything is larger, rounder, softer. She's still got that 10 head proportion because, you know, they're still models. So yeah, if you have a bunch of croquis sitting around and you don't want to do the whole 4 steps to do a plus size figure, then yeah, pull one out, put a piece of tracing paper on top and do a new step 4 using a visual reference to help you create the shapes and proportions that you want. Alternatively, you can make one from scratch using a plus size visual reference. First, we need to find her plumb line and her center front. So it kind of got, her clavicle got kind of bleached out with the photograph. So there's the angle of her shoulders, and there's the center of her neck, the center of her breast. So her suprasternal notch is going to be about there. Her center front sits like so. That's the angle of her torso. Okay. All her weight is on this foot. She's just barely balancing on these toes. And so there's her ankle. And so I'm going to mark that as where her weight is settling. And then I'm going to connect these two to create my plumb line. I'm going to take my very not sticky tape. I'm going to tape this down. And we're going to do step 1, tracing the gesture. Trace her head, not just her face, but her whole head. And I like to mark the center of her face and her eyes to get the angle. We have her shoulders sit here. There's the angle of her shoulders. That's the angle of her neck. Her breasts are here. And as you know, if you can't see something, just pick up your tracing paper, kind of redraw that, figure out where everything sits. There are her breasts. There's her center front. There's her rib cage. You know, her elbows are right around waist level. You know, I always like to mark the widths of limbs with a full circle, not just like a little dot to mark where the elbow is, so that I can figure out how wide to make everything later much more easily. There's the angle of her hips. It's always perpendicular to center front. And we're going to do your favorite thing, pelvic boxes. I have a whole video on figuring out pelvic boxes. There's like, what's it called? Troubleshooting fashion figures, improving Croquis figures. One of the two. Look, I have like almost 80 videos up. Like I cannot keep track of all the titles. This width and this width must be the same because that is the center. This angle must be perpendicular to the center front. And so we're going to create this front panel here. And then we have this, which is the side. You know, she's twisted, so she's a 3/4 figure. We know this. She's more full frontal up here and more 3/4 here because she's twisting her torso a little bit. And we're marking that in the gesture. We've marked her knees, direction of her thigh. We mark her other knee, direction of the thigh. You know, there's her kneecap there. There's her kneecap there. So we have the direction her legs are pointing. We have this ankle and the direction of her calf and the gesture of her foot. And then the same here, there, and her foot. And now you have a complete step one. And then at this point, you would fold the paper over, build the body, add the anatomy, you know, finesse, etc., all those good things, right? Now I'm going to show you how to do a plus size figure on a 10 head. So we have her plumb line and her center front. Whenever you do a 10 head figure, you need to measure the head. So lay this so that you're measuring the center of her head. Don't measure like this because her head is at an angle. You're measuring her head at the angle it's going. And she's at 1 1/4 inches. Take your piece of paper, mark your plumb line, and you're going to mark off 10 head measurements at each at 1 1/4 inches. Remember that? And then flip it over so that you could do all kinds of erasing on the top and not lose your number line. You're not going to tape down your visual reference because you're going to be scooting it back and forth as you work. As I mentioned before, the vertical proportions for a plus size figure is no different. Okay? We're really focusing on the shapes. So put that one mark right at the bottom of her chin. Make sure that your plumb lines are matched up all the time. You don't want it to start veering. If you can see 2 plumb lines, then you're changing the body as you elongate the figure. And you don't want that. You just want to elongate. Trace her head, not just her face. I get students who trace just the face and then later on their head looks really, really small because they don't have a full head there. Now, the 2 mark is going to sit not at above her breast, but kind of maybe like 1/4 or 1/3 of the way down on like where the top of a strapless dress would sit. Always make sure your plumb lines are matched up. there's the top of her breasts. And the 2 mark is here. You know, that's kind of where a strapless dress would sit. And mark your breasts. And yeah, this one is a little bit bigger because she is slightly three-quarter to us. And also because women are asymmetrical. Get over it. We have our center front. We have the angle of her shoulders, the angle of her neck. Waists are at 3. So I'm going to scooch a little bit there. So there's my rib cage in here. Marking my elbows. Elbows are at 3 as well. And that's my waist. Right there. Crotches are at 4 1/4. Not a 1/4 inch, but a 1/4 of the space. So I'm actually not moving it that much now. So we're here. We're finishing up this center front line. And then we're going to do her pelvic box. Again, the angle of her hips is 90 degrees from your center front. That's one side. This side has to be the same. So we're here. All of this is the side of her hip. And there's her pelvic box. And wrists sit right at crotch level. So we're going to mark her wrists here. Remember, wrists are different sizes. Like the top of your wrist is pretty wide and the side of your wrist is pretty skinny. And so, yeah, if you have a pose like this, you're going to have one small wrist ball and one wide wrist ball. And that's totally normal and fine. If you have a pose like this where you have a distinct weight leg, where most of your weight is on one leg, that knee is going to be at 6. There's the kneecap, there's the direction of the thigh, and then once you've marked that, then you're going to mark the other knee, wherever it may land in relation to the weight leg. There's the direction of the thigh. Oh no, I forgot the hands. At this point, you could do a couple of different things. You can mark your ankles at 8. And then you would have just a slightly elongated figure. Some people, they don't want a really distorted fashion figure. They just want something just slightly longer and more elegant, and that's fine. You can mark your ankles at 8.5, and that'll give you something much more elongated, but again, not too exaggerated. A lot of costume designers like this proportion, and I like this proportion when I'm doing younger models. Like if I'm doing like junior swimwear where I want the torso to be a bigger proportion of the body, or I want something that looks more youthful and not so leggy and sophisticated, I'll do this kind of proportion. Standard 10 head will have your ankles at 9. And so I'll mark my ankle at 9. I'm going to show you this one because it's the most difficult. And so I want to demo the most difficult thing, right? So there's the angle of your legs. Now, if she were wearing high heels, then her feet would be here and the toes would go to 10. I think I'm just going to do that because I like that. And always remember that when you're elongating your figures, your feet should also be a little bit bigger than they normally are because typically taller women have bigger feet. Have my other foot doing that. And there is your elongated step 1 for this figure. I'm going to mark my plumb line again. And yeah, I like to flip my drawing every time I do a step, because if you watch my how to use Croquis figures video, then you know that I like to use the mirror image of the pose eventually. Like, I want this pose and I want to use this pose. Okay? And if you do your croquis correctly, it will look good either direction. And so I just draw back and forth, okay? It also helps you edit. I also like to use a colored pencil for every other step, because it helps me kind of separate the steps when I have all these layers of tracing paper stacked together. So, breasts in front of arms, right? Unless she's literally doing this. And so I draw the breast first. Arms go behind the breasts. Okay. I'm building this body out, copying the center front. That's the bottom of her crotch. I'm going to give her a little bit of panty line so I remember that. Oh man, I ran out of lead. Okay. Switching to the green, okay. And so I'm going to remember hips are widest at the crotch, so I just keep flaring this out. And then taper in for the thigh. I already know that that is the width of my thigh. Close that thigh gap. There's the shape of my thigh. And then there's that. That's the juncture where hip becomes thigh. So there's my second thigh. Refer back to your visual reference if you have problems. Like, notice this point is about the halfway point between crotch and knee. So there you go. Halfway point between crotch and knee is where they intersect. And then your arms. Okay. There's a tiny bit of negative space here. And yeah, sometimes these lengths get a little bit long, so I'm gonna just go ahead and use my ruler here. And now I've built out my body. And let's give her some prettier anatomy shapes. Going back to my pencil. If you watch my videos on step 3, I have 2 different videos, one for upper body, one for lower body. You know, I go over muscle shapes and how that translates into body muscle shapes, even for women who don't work out very much. Because, I mean, she doesn't look very muscular, but she does follow the natural curve and anatomy shapes. Like, you can still see the curve of her brachioradialis in her forearms here and here, okay? And the high curve on the outside of her calf here, right? So those things are still the same. And so you need to pay attention to the anatomy. So again, we have our beautiful clavicle that ends right over the armpits. We have an elegant trapezius. Breasts. Front. You know, I mark the plumb line and center front at every step. Flesh out her arms, but I'm going to keep the elbows that width because I had marked that specific width, right? I'm going to give her that nice curve of her brachio and then bring it down for the wrist. And then again, we're going to curve out that deltoid, bring it in at the elbow, curve out for that brachio, and bring in the wrist. And this wrist is wider because we're seeing the top of the wrist. And I'm drawing this arm first because it is resting in the front of her body. I do have a little bit of this negative space here. So I'm gonna bring this in a little bit. So I have that little negative space. But I'm gonna bring this out so that the arm is touching the hip. And then again, there's this tiny sliver of negative space that I'm going to add here. A little bit here. I'm going to give that same beautiful out, in, out shape to her legs. Hips widest at crotch level. Stop being annoying, you stupid piece of paper. Right? Knees are going to be as wide as before. Beautiful high curve on the outside, crossing that green line before you flare back out for the ankle. That's where her kneecap sits. Flaring back out, low curve on the inside, tapering in, high ankle bone. Here we're going to address this curve, this flare of the thigh muscle, and then this part of the thigh muscle that comes out. So dipping in, flaring back out. The top of the thigh is round. There's her kneecap. So we've got a sharp little corner right there. And then again, high curve on the outside of that calf. Shins have a slight natural curve. Feel your own shin. There's a bit more flesh there than you think. Curving out, tapering inside that green line like so. And then there's the other foot. And there is your step 3. And then step 4 is where I take my color pencil again. I flip the drawing over and I look for any errors or changes I want to make. Like these arms are totally asymmetrical. So I'm going to keep this arm because I think it's nicely proportioned with the rest of her, but I need to give her more girth here. Like that. I think her breast got a little more asymmetrical than I planned. I'm going to bring her breasts closer together a little bit. I'm going to make her head just a tiny bit bigger. Yeah, but otherwise I like her. Step 4, I would redraw the figure, adding these corrections, adding face, hair, repeating the plumb line and the center front. And also, even at this stage, you know, if you wanted to change her body, like let's say you really wanted to make her pear shape instead, I would go in and be like, okay, so let's make her breasts a little bit smaller. Let's bring her shoulders in a hair. Let's bring her rib cage in a hair. Okay. And tuck her arm in. And then let's keep her hips the same size. Right? Maybe that's the body you prefer. Maybe you want someone that's more top heavy instead. And so you keep your corrections. You keep her breasts. And then you decide you're going to make her hips and thighs more narrow. And so I'm going to bring this in here and bring this in here. I'm going to keep the width of the knees the same. Maybe make her legs, calves also a little bit smaller. So now you have this body type that you could design on. So let's recap, shall we? Number 1, the 4 steps of croquis building are the same, whether you're drawing male, female, adult, child, skinny, muscular, curvy, what have you. What you really need are good visual references that really reflect the kind of figure that you want to draw. You can take an existing croquis and change the body to fit the specifications of your customer, or you can do a complete new croquis using the 4 steps and a new visual reference that reflects the different body that you want. At the end of the day, this is what I say to my students in class, online, all the time. Look at bodies. Not in that creepy, pervy way, okay? But look at bodies. Pay attention to bodies. Pay attention to the way they move, the way they wear clothes, and their shapes. Okay? because we need to learn how to dress bodies and draw bodies. And the only way we can do that is to study bodies. All right. So you know the usual drill: share, subscribe, like if you liked this video and found it helpful. If you have any questions, check the info box to see whatever stuff I have written in there. And if your answer is not there, drop me a comment below and I will see you next time. Are you ready to be quiet now? Yeah. All right. Hey guys, today we're going to work on side figures. If you follow me on Instagram, you may or may not have picked up on this, but when I am just doodling for funsies, not client project, not something where I have to like stick to a particular pose, I like drawing side figures. I don't know why, I just like it. Whatever, they're fun. And today we're going to go over female side view figures, and then in a couple of days I'm going to upload the male side view figures video. If you are familiar with my croquis building methods, then you know that I have a 4-step croquis building process that I apply to all figures: adults, children, male, female, front, back, side view. Okay, so I'm going to be going over those 4 steps for side view figures in this video. Therefore, I'm going to be moving a little bit quickly. If at any point you get confused or lost, go check out the more in-depth version of the step. You know, if you get lost at step 2, go watch the video devoted to step 2. It is for front view figures, but you know, the general rules still apply. Okay, and go watch the more detailed videos if you have questions, and then if you still have questions, come back and ask them. To review, the 4 steps are tracing the gesture, building the body, adding anatomy, and photoshopping with pencil. Okay. In here, we capture the pose, capture the proportions. Here, we flesh things out so that we're getting an idea as to how big the body is going to look. And then we add our bone points and our muscle shapes. And then the last step is fixing any mistakes and finessing the figure for it to suit our ideal muse and customer. Supplies we're going to need today. Number 1, we're going to need visual references. Okay. As usual, find visual references that print large and clean and not pixelated. Find photographs that are lit really bright and clean so that you can see everything. Find figures in wearing not much so that you can really see what the body is doing. I got these swipe from 80spurple.com and asos.com. Tracing paper from, on a roll, in a sheet, whatever. Some kind of not very sticky tape. Artist tape is a little bit too sticky, but those of you who have watched my croquis building videos before know that I will just put lint on it to make it less sticky. I always develop croquis using mechanical pencils so that I can keep a nice fine line. Also because I'm lazy. You guys know this. You guys know how incredibly lazy I am. Now, usually when I am making croquis on my own, I will start off with a 0.3 HB super skinny fine pencil. For my demos, for the camera to pick up the drawing, I just draw with a darker pencil. This is a 0.5B, but just keep in mind that I'm just using this pencil so that you guys can see my drawing, not that I would start off this dark. And then, of course, skinny erasers. And then I always have a couple of color pencils. These are color mechanical pencils. These are seriously some of my favorite things in my entire studio. They are Pilot Color Eno 0.7, and I love these for grading, for corrections, for croquis building. Oh, and I forgot. two of the most important things, okay? You're gonna need a clear graph ruler. If you're going to stick to shorter figures, 12 inches fine, but if you're gonna elongate to a 10 head like we're gonna do today, I recommend an 18 inch. And of course, my figure drawing reference book of choice, The Human Figure Anatomy for Artists by David K. Rubens. And I may have mentioned this before, but I really like this one because it's simple. Okay, there are a lot of anatomy books out there where they're either just a little bit too detailed, and so you have this massive book where you only need about 20% of the pages. You know, usually they're geared towards, you know, anatomy classes, some sort of medical profession, majors of study, something like that. But we don't need to learn the shape of every tendon because we don't really draw those. Okay, and this is just really like large muscle and bone groups for us to draw. So I really like this one. All right, the first thing you need to do is to find the plumb line. When we do frontal figures, we start at the base of the throat, which is your suprasternal notch, and then we draw a line from that to the weight distribution in the feet. The side view is not any different, but here is the angle of the neck. We're not going to start in the front because that's not the base of the neck in a side view. It's the center, right? Ankles are pretty close together. So there's her plumb line. The reason I like this swipe is you can see the side seam here, and so it's really easy to draw the side there. And then on this one, you really can't see any center front at all. We're going to start by tracing the gesture. You're going to trace the whole head, not just the face, angle of the neck, the elbow is back here. Honestly, I would leave this alone and then add it at the very end, and I'll show you that. She's quite flat-chested, but you know that her breast is here, and there's the trunk of her upper body. Good news, you guys. I know so many of you hate pelvic boxes. So lucky for you, with side view figures, typically I don't do a pelvic box. Something like this, I definitely don't do a pelvic box, but I will try to find the crotch by, you know, wrapping from the front to the back. You know, that's the base of her crotch there, and that's the girth of my hips. And then we have our side seam here. Sometimes when I have a side view where she's a little bit more 3/4, I will do a pelvic box. To review, we need our center front. There's her belly button. And that's the back of her butt. This line perpendicular to center front, and then again down here, that is the far edge of her hip. This distance needs to be the same as this distance. So that's the front plane of the pelvic box. That is the front of her hips. All of this is side. It's at an angle where this sticks out the most is kind of where her butt sticks out the most. And the center of the side is where your side seam would sit. Back to this figure. And then we mark her knees, the complete width of her knees. The knees will get wider as they bend because of the tendons and the cartilage and the ligaments compressing and widening. And so if this is wider than this one, because this one is straight and this one is bent, that's fine. There's the center of this femur. There's the center of that. And then her ankle is here. Other ankle is here. There is the gesture for this figure. And then at this point, you would complete the figure, step 2, step 3, step 4, right? Now, I'm going to move on to elongation. I'm going to do all 4 steps with an elongated figure because it's the more difficult out of the 2. When you are doing an elongated figure, what you need to do is measure the head. It's a 10 head figure and you need to know how big a head is, right? And if you can't figure out where the top of her head is, mark where her eyes are, because eyes are going to be the center of the head. Not the center of the face, but the center of the head, and then times 2, right? So this is a 1 1/8 head. Mark off your heads. And you know, I always put this in the back so that whatever erasing I do here, I always keep my number line. Now, remember, as you work, you always want to keep your plumb lines matched up perfectly so that you're not distorting the figure, but just elongating everything. When you have a head like this, where it's very bent over, okay, you need to adjust the placement of the bottom of the head for your proportions. Okay, because if she would be normally here and your proportions start like this, if she's bent like this, then marking this the bottom of, you know, and then starting your proportions from there will really throw you off. Trace her head. And then I want you to pick her head up. Do you see this joint here? That's where I'm rotating. That's the point in which I'm rotating her head back. Necks naturally point forward. If you watched my video on wraparounds, we went over how necks naturally curve forward, but so they won't go straight up and down like this, but it'll be a lot more straight up and down than her head. So I'm going to match up the plumb line, and the 1 mark is going to be at the bottom of the chin where it should be if she was standing straight up and down. Like that. See how this chin is marked at the 1? I'm going to mark her head here. Her original head position. The 2 mark is going to be the top of the breast, not above the breast, but kind of a little bit below the top of the breast, like where a strapless dress would sit. So again, match up those plumb lines. That's where her breast is. That's where her shoulder is. And that's waist is at 3. And so the trunk of her body is here. And you're like, Zoe, her neck is like floating and disjointed over here. It's fine. We're going to address that in a second. Okay. So there's the trunk of her body. There's her rib cage. That's the beginning of her side seam. There's her elbow. We're going to do this elbow later. Her wrist is at her waist, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that. You know, normally I would do it at crotch level. And then we have her crotch. We're bringing this in. We're bringing this in so that we can measure where her crotch is. On women, crotches are at 4 1/4, not a 1/4 inch, but 25% of the space. We're going to mark her hips like so. We're going to continue our side seam here. Knees are at 6. Always mark the weight leg at 6, and then after you do that, you can just mark the other knee wherever it lands in proportion, in relation, I mean. There's the angle of this leg. There's the angle of this leg. And then again, this is where you manipulate the proportions to suit your end needs. So if I want an only a little bit elongated figure for, say, costume design, because actors tend to be shorter than models on average, I would mark my ankles at 8.5. So I've only elongated her about half a head. I could do, you know, ankles at like 8 3/4 or, you know, somewhere around there. And that's nice for junior looks, swimwear where you want more of the body to be torso. And then classic 10 head ankles are at 9, which is what I'm going to show you today. So there's my ankle here, and connect those. There's my other ankle there, and connect those, and then draw your feet. And, you know, you just grew her by a head. Let's make her feet a little bit bigger than they are in the picture, right? You're going to take the traced head again, and you're going to move it. Okay. You're going to move it so that you're keeping the angle of the neck, but you're making it longer. And so when you have the same angle of the neck, but longer, your head is going to be a little bit forward. Okay, that's just basic math, right? So keep this level, keep these lines parallel, and then tape it down. Otherwise, if you keep the head position the same, you're going to, and you try to join it up with the shoulder, you're going to make the neck really straight up and down and super stiff looking. You want to keep the angle of the neck. Okay, and so there is your step 1 with the side figure. You don't have to do this with every neck. You just have to do it with the necks where you're elongating at an angle. I'm going to take one of my color mechanical pencils to do step 2. We're fleshing her out so that we can get an idea as to her proportions. Now this is the center, so this should be the same size as this. So that's the center. Notice that you see a little bit of your leg here, and it intersects below her butt like that. Okay, so you want this happening, and you want this happening. And again, this should be the same size as this. And then you should have a bit of negative space in here. I like doing this step in color pencil so that when I fold it over and I do her anatomy, like I'm separating the lines with the different colors. There's her sternocleidomastoideus, aka Roger. There's our clavicle, and it ends right over the top of the deltoid. Get a little bit of a tricep action. Elbows get pointy when they bend. And then a soft curve for her bicep. And then a curve for her brachioradialis. Back here would be her shoulder blade, and then coming in at the rib cage. I'm gonna drop her breast just a tiny bit. And then there's her side seam. Gluteus maximus, dip, and then the curve out for your hamstring. So gluteus maximus, dip in, curve out for the hamstring. You see how the front of the quad also curves out? So we're gonna give it a little bit of that curve too. You're gonna see the bony points of the knee. Do you see, standing straight up and down, how the calf is kind of like back? Notice about a third of the way down, it comes out and then it starts coming back. So there's the third. We're gonna flare out and then it's going to come back in. We're going to dip across this blue line and then flare back out. We do have a slight shin curve. It's going to be away from the front. Remember, we're adding here and taking away here. We're pushing the whole calf back. And then again, our gastrocnemius comes out, comes back in, tapers, ankle, there's her kneecap, and then her shin is in there. And you see how we have this negative space and this negative space. Similar, right? Not exactly the same, but similar. And then step 4 is where we flip her over to look at corrections. Once you flip the figure over, it's almost like looking at a fresh figure. So it's like when you and your friends swap essays to edit because you've been staring at your own words for so long that you are able to skip mistakes.
It's actually interesting how the brain works in that the brain actively tries to make sense of what's going on and will gloss over errors that it's seen before so that everything around it makes sense.
The neck is a little long. I'm gonna bring this arm up. I'm gonna bring the clavicle angle here. I'm gonna drop the breast another hair. Perky breasts are nice, but when they're too high, it just doesn't look right. I'm gonna slim down the arm a little bit, just a little bit. And then remember, we gotta add this one. I think that her calves could be a little bit slimmer, just a little bit, not too much. I think I want to make her a little bit curvier, so I'm gonna give her some more breasts. Okay, this is the part where you think about who your customer is, who your muse is, who your, what your fit model needs to look like. All right, I'm gonna give her a little bit more butt, a little bit more breasts. I'm gonna give her a bit more thigh, just a little bit. Okay. Make sure you always have your plumb line. And there you go, your 4 steps to an elongated side view figure. Here's another slightly different side view pose for you guys to see how it's done real quick. So I'm just gonna trace some of this stuff out because it's kind of hard to see. And here's me just freehanding a side view for funsies because I felt like it. So that was side view figures. I hope you learned something from that and enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed drawing them. I love drawing side view figures. And you guys know the drill. If you have any questions, check the info box. Maybe scroll through the comments and see if I've already answered your question. That would really help me a lot. It would probably also help you a lot because I really only answer comments once a day or two, right? And you might get your answer faster. And, share, subscribe, like, thank you, all those good things. And subscriber requests are always welcome. Leave me a comment below. But as of this taping, the queue is a year long. So keep that in mind when you make your requests. All right? And I will see you next time. I'm going to say this is my 5th cup of coffee for the day. That is my conservative estimate. Welcome to Butts Week at Zoe Hong Teaches. We are going to work on back figures this week. This video is going to be all female figures. The next video that I'm going to post in a few days will be male figures. If you are familiar with my 4 steps of croquis building process, then this whole video, a lot of it will be review and it will be fairly easy for you. If you are not familiar with my croquis building process, I would say watch this video, but if you get confused along the way, I would recommend that you go watch the other videos because that will probably clear a lot of things up for you. And I'll drop the link in the info box. I will go over the 4-step process for backs. I will show you the elongation process. But for the most part, drawing backs is very similar to drawing fronts because the outer shapes are the same. My hand, the outside shape of my hand is not different from here to here, right? And so what we're really concentrating on are interior shapes like shoulder blades and butts, backs of knees, things like that. Why is coffee so delicious? To review my 4 steps of croquis building: step 1, tracing the gesture; step 2, building the body, where we flesh out the pose; step 3, adding anatomy, where we start including the muscle shapes and bone points like your clavicle; step 4 is perfecting with pencil, where we go in and we correct any mistakes, watch our symmetry, and then refine our bodies to suit that of our muse and customer. Things we will need today: clear ruler, nice pictures of a back figure, clean, unpixelated image of a mostly naked back figure so that we can see the anatomy, tracing paper, and then assortment of mechanical pencils, color mechanical pencils, and erasers. In this video, I'm going to do 2 step 1s. I'm going to do the step 1 for the short, not elongated fashion figure, and then I'm going to do a step 1 for the elongated figure. And then I'm going to do steps 2, 3, and 4 for the elongated figure, because the steps are pretty much the same for the shorter figure as well. Number 1, you have to find your center of gravity. So before, when we were looking at front figures, we were taking the base of our necks, our suprasternal notch, and connecting that spot with the center of our weight distribution in our feet. And the same will hold for the back. So we have the angle of her back. That is the top of her center back, as you can see. And the way she's standing, most of her weight is on this foot, but she has some weight here. And so I've decided her weight center is kind of in between her ankles, but closer to this one. So this is her center of gravity, which is her plumb line. And then I'm going to draw a plumb line on my tracing paper. I have had a request for teaching croquis without using tracing paper. I do have a method of croquis building that doesn't use tracing paper that I like less, especially for beginners, but that is further along the request queue. That'll be coming up in a few months. Just FYI, at this point, the subscriber request queue is over 20 videos long. And again, go ahead, make your requests. I love them. I love your eagerness to learn. Just FYI on how long that request queue is. Because I always go in the order of the request. Okay, no favorites. Nobody gets to jump the queue. I'm very British that way. Okay, I'm not British at all, but you know what I mean. As you know, I like to make tape less sticky by putting some lint on it. Retrace the head. Not just the face, but the whole head. Those of you who are just getting started, I do highly recommend that you start with a reference picture like this one where you can see some of her face and head. If you pick one where all you see is just a mass of hair, that will not help you. Okay? When you're used to drawing croquis and you can kind of guesstimate how big the head is in proportion to her body, that's fine. But those of you who are beginners, try to find a girl with a pixie cut or someone where their face is turned towards the camera. So we have the angle of her shoulders, and that's the center of her neck. So I'm going to estimate that that is her neck, and that's the direction of her neck. That's the top of her shoulder. We're going to mark the center back. Her shoulder blades are right there. Obviously, there are no breasts to mark, but we do have her rib cage in here. And then now we're going to get to my students' favorite thing in the whole wide world, the pelvic box. There's your center back, and you start your pelvic box in between your waist and your crotch, so about here. This first line is going to be at a 90-degree angle from your center back line. You're going to choose the side that's closer to the center back, so here. This space must be the same as this space, so we're marking the back there. We're going to mark two bottoms. We have this bottom, which is parallel to this line at crotch level. That's the bottom of our pelvic box. And then we're going to mark here where that's the part where her butt sticks out the most. And then all of this is side, right? This is the side of her body. And that's the back view of her pelvic box. We're going to mark her knees again. Always the full width of the knee on bone markers. There's the direction of their legs. And then the ankles. I like to mark the Achilles heel so that you kind of know the direction your foot is going. And there is step one of the not elongated fashion figure. So let's do an elongated one. We already have her plumb line. So the first thing we're going to do is measure her head. We're going to do a classic 10 head. And you need to know how long a head is in a 10 head figure. Whenever you measure a head, you measure along the length of the head. So it doesn't matter if the head is this angle, you're always measuring this. You're not measuring it like this, you're measuring it like this. So we're here and we're here. We're at 1 1/8 inch head. We're gonna measure off 10 increments of an inch and a head, 10 increments of an inch and an eighth. I like to mark the head and the numbers on the back so that no matter how much correcting I'm doing and erasing, I still have an intact number line. Place that one line right on the bottom of her head, right at her chin there. Mark her head. Now, we can't mark her breasts because we can't see them from this angle. So we're going to take the waist to 3. And if you have a hard time figuring out where her waist is, then use her elbows as a guide. There are her elbows there. There's her other elbow. There's her waist. So we're going to mark her shoulders now. We're marking her center back. Now, again, this is the center of her neck, so we can measure that out. There's the angle of her neck. It's a little bit wide, but we can correct that later. And then crotch is at 4 1/4. And we're actually shortening her torso when we do that. And that's okay because a lot of the visual references that we use for figure work will be lingerie and swimwear models. And a lot of the time, longer torsoed women get cast for that kind of work. So if you end up shortening your actual visual swipe figure, that's fine because we're correcting our visual swipe to create idealized proportions. Hello, delicious coffee. There will be a point in the video today where the caffeine will hit me all at once and I'm going to start sounding like a chipmunk. It's going to be awesome. So 4 1/4 is right where her crotch is. We're going to continue the center back line. We're going to draw our pelvic box.
There's that first hip angle. There's the bottom of her crotch angle. There's that. That's the other side of the box. That is the side of the box. We know that that is about where she is widest. Here.
The center of your knees are at 6. Always mark your weight leg knee first, or the leg that has most of the weight. And then mark that. Ankles are at 9. Oh my God, you guys, I forgot my wrists and my hands. So ankles are at 9. Always make sure your plumb lines are matched up so that you're not distorting the figure as you're elongating. Some people, they like an elongated figure that's not too elongated. Like they want it long and lean, but not too exaggerated. And sometimes I will do ankles at 8 instead so that you can see that the figure is elongated by about half a head, but it's not too exaggerated. And a lot of, models out there are about a 9 head figure. So it's not beyond the realm of believability. I like 9 head figures for costume design, for swimwear, where the torso is a larger part of the body in proportion. I also like 9 head figures for younger looks like juniors, preteen, because long leggy looks tend to be a little bit more elegant, and I don't, when I'm designing for 16-year-olds, I'm not really too worried about elegance. But I'm going to show you the classic 10 head because that is kind of the starting standard. And also it's more difficult to draw super long legs. So I'm going to demo for you guys the difficult one. So again, here are your ankles. There's my Achilles heel. There's my other ankle. I'm going to connect all that. And yeah, I'm going to make her foot a little bit bigger because I made the rest of her so much bigger. And there's step 1 of the elongated figure. Sometimes I like to do every other step with a color pencil so that I can see the differences in all the lines when I have all these layers overlapping. Step 2 is building my body. So I'm going to flesh this one out. Sometimes it gets a little bit long and tricky, so it's okay to use a ruler here. It's pretty much the only time I ever use a ruler for figure work because we really don't have straight lines on our bodies, so I don't like to draw them. But we've just got our little robot going on here, so it's okay. As you get better and more practiced with your croquis building, you will find there's a point where you don't need step 2 anymore. I don't use step 2 anymore, but I found that using step 2 as a guide for building your anatomy figures really helps beginner students. And that's why I teach it. But if you're getting into the groove of things and you're kind of understanding the process, and if you feel you don't need step 2 anymore, that's totally fine. I'm going to keep teaching it because it works for beginners. We have our nice graceful neck, and we have a nice sloping trapezius that feeds into our shoulders. And there is the top of her neck. And sometimes on like super skinny people, you can see your cervical vertebrae through the base of your neck. There are shoulder blades, deltoid. There's the back of her elbow, the curve of your brachio. Not a lot of muscle definition on female models, especially in the arms. There's the back of her elbow again. You'll be amazed at how often I see back view figures with front view hands. You guys, you got to remember back view hands and back view feet. And if you have a hard time drawing them, you got to go practice. You got to go look at some back view hands, draw your roommate's hands, what have you. And there's her nice little, her butt. Yeah, you got to draw a nice butt, you guys. These things are important. We're going to draw our muscle shapes. So, number 1, we have our gluteus maximus, and it tucks in before it flares out for the hamstring. Hamstrings curve outward, so you do want to see that in any sort of like 3/4 or side view leg. The back of the knee is flat. You do see this H in the back, H for hamstring, and so we're going to see that. If you have a perfectly dead-on back view of a leg, you will see that whole H. If you have a side view, you're going to see half that H. So that H is going to be rotating depending on the angle of your leg. You're going to have these bumps in your knees because you don't have a lot of flesh on the top of your kneecaps. So I'm basically following the blue line, just curving it a little bit. Do you see how she has this H happening here? It's almost a side view. And then the front of her knee is pretty sharp because she doesn't have a lot of flesh on the top there. There's the top of her thigh, also curving up, and then the corner of her knee is pretty straight. The back curve of her gastrocnemius is very curvy. In the front, it does have a slight curve. It's not straight, and it doesn't curve back like that. Slight outward curve. Our calves go in and then comes back out for the width of the foot. So we're going out, we're crossing this blue line, and then we're coming back out. Okay, so use your step 2 as a guide to help you. Past the blue line, cutting into the blue line, and then flaring back out. There is the sharp corner of the knee. We're going to dip in a little bit and then come out where we touch the blue line but don't go past it. We taper back in again before we flare out for the foot. So she's kind of sticking her butt out at us, so it's smoothing out this dip that we see here. So I'm following my blue line, but just slightly curving outside of it. Those are the edges of my knee. As you can see here, again, you see like it's a 1/3 angle. You're gonna see that front curve of your quad. You're gonna see those bumps of the knee. Again, you're gonna go past the blue line for your gastrocnemius, crossing it so that we taper in before we flare back out for the ankle. And then again, you're gonna have ever so slight curve here where we touch the blue line but don't go past it, tapering back in. There's your Achilles heel. There's the back of the foot. There's the sole of her foot. And that foot is going into space because it's facing forward. And then step 4. Step 4, I'm going to use another color pencil. I'm going to flip the figure over and to work on any errors. Okay. Now, flipping the figure over, it really helps you look at the figure again. Okay. Number 1, this is like when you and a friend swap essays to proofread. Your eyes, when you're working on something for a long time, your eyes just start glazing over errors. Okay. Once somebody looks at something for a long time, people start assuming that that is the way it's supposed to be. Okay. And so your eye doesn't catch as many errors. When you flip the drawing over, it's almost like looking at a new sketch, and then the errors pop up immediately. Her arms are too short and her legs are too wide, and they're asymmetrical. Like, look, this one is a lot skinnier than this one. I like to flip over the tracing paper and make my corrections in a different color. So I'm going to drop her elbow here. I'm going to drop her wrist here and move her hand down here. I'm going to move her elbow here and here. Okay. I like her butt and I like her thigh, but I'm going to give her a little bit more butt. I'm going to give her a little bit more back of thigh and a little bit more front of thigh so that this thigh and this thigh are the same size. And then I prefer the slimmer thigh or the slimmer calf. So I'm going to bring this in. Bring this in. So we have the thicker thigh and the slimmer calf, because that's how I want it to look. If your figure is correct, it should look good facing this way and also facing this way. If your figure only looks good going in one direction, there's something wrong with it and you need to address that. And then again, the last bit about step 4 is to think about what kind of customer you have and address the body concerns of that customer. If you're an activewear designer and you like super fit girls, maybe you want to add a little bit more muscle tone and make her less hourglassy. Or, if you have if you're addressing a fit concern, like your design line is really about addressing top heavy women, then maybe you want your Croquis to also look like she has broader shoulders and a bigger rib cage and smaller hips. Okay, so you're going to think about those things and then correct your Croquis. So I'm going to pretend that I want more muscle definition in my customer. So I'm going to give her some more deltoids, more muscle definition here. I'm going to flip her over again to double check my work. I kind of want to make her head a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's better. And there is your back figure. Check back in a few days or hit the subscribe button for an alert on when I'm going to post the male back figure video. If you have a question, always check the info box first. If your answer is not there, drop me a comment below. What else is there? The coffee's hitting me now. I'm starting to talk kind of fast. Oh shit. Anyway, I will see you next time. Hey party people. In this video, I'm going to go over 3/4 figures. 3/4 figures are basically front view figures that are slightly angled away so that you do see some of the side. And I love these kinds of figures for both fashion illustration because it creates dynamic energy with the pose. And I also love them for fashion design because it makes you think about the clothing all around and it reminds you to design on the round, that not all design needs to be just like front and center like coffin garments. Now, I have a ton of figure drawing videos and there's a lot to say about figure drawing. This video would be 3 hours long if I didn't cut it off at some point. I'm going to drop links to all my figure drawing videos in the description box below, but this video is really going to be focusing on things that are special about 3/4 figures, things you have to watch out for, and how to draw successful 3/4 figures. I can also do a video all about putting clothes on 3/4 figures. So let me know in the comments if you want that video, and please give this video a thumbs up if you want more figure drawing videos. Number one, 3/4 figures are really all about perspective. So you know how you look at those perspective drawings of buildings and the way they create those angles going back into space, it makes the building look 3D even though it's only a drawing. We're going to do that with figure drawing by making sure we're capturing the angles correctly. When you look at a 3/4 figure, look at their pectoral muscles or their breasts. The ones going further away from you will be smaller than the one closer to you because of perspective. So when you're analyzing a figure, drop in those angles: shoulder angle, over bust, apex bust, under bust, waist, high hip, low hip. Do you see how those angles are converging and going back in space, even on poses that are not super twisty, bendy, extreme? Okay, that's just basic perspective. And so you want to make sure that you're capturing those angles accurately to get a 3/4 pose that looks right. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a figure that's just smaller than the other without it looking 3D. One of the top things about drawing 3/4 figures is people want to know where to put the side seam. I want you to think about a body's torso a bit like a box. So first we have our center front line. So the whole front panel of our bodies, the middle of that is your center front line. Okay? And then we have the side panel of our box. That's our side. Your side seam should go in the middle of that side panel. Not the corner edge, but the middle of the side panel. Okay, that's your side seam. I like to lay out the pose with a soft color pencil and really capture my angles and proportions accurately before I go in and flesh out the figure. And I do have a video all about angles and proportions where I deep dive all of that. So go ahead and check that one out. When it comes to drawing arms, you need to pay attention to where the inside of the elbow is to position your arm muscle shapes correctly. On this man, the inside of his elbow is to the right-hand side. So that means we are seeing a side view of his arm. So we're going to see the bicep, which sits directly above the inside of his elbow. We're going to see his tricep, which is behind the bicep. And his deltoid muscle, his shoulder, is going to look a little bit like an acorn or a water balloon. Now, on the woman, the inside of her elbow is facing us, which means all we see is her bicep. The tricep is behind. And the deltoid, it looks a little bit more like, I don't know, a liver, a rounded triangle, something like that, okay? So pay attention to the angle of the pose of each individual body part and how to draw the basic muscle shapes. With legs, again, pay attention to where the kneecaps are, okay? The kneecaps are going to give you the information of how the legs should be positioned accurately. Out of these 4 legs, 3 of them are 3/4 because of where the kneecaps are positioned off to one side, but not completely on one edge. You see that one side view leg? The kneecap is right on that edge, so you know you're looking at the side of the leg. If we were looking at a front view leg, the kneecap would be exactly in the middle of the knee. But these kneecaps are off to one side a little bit, which makes them 3/4 legs. So when you look at the anatomy and try to figure out how to draw the shapes, look at some anatomy books, then you know you're looking for a distinct 3/4 leg. Now let's elongate a 3/4 figure to fit your traditional 10 head fashion figure proportions. Drop a plumb line, mark out 10 head lengths that are all equal in size. I chose 1 1/16 inch for this example. 1 inch, 1 1/8 inch, those are all okay. I don't go much bigger or much smaller than that for fashion figures. The 2 mark, of course, the head takes up 1 whole head mark. And then the second mark should hit the top of a woman's breasts, like the top of a strapless dress or a tube top. Now, I made a mistake in this one and I ended up drawing the breast too high. I'm going to fix it later in the video. Don't worry, you'll see it in a minute. But the breast should be right under the 2 mark. And you might be wondering, hey, the breasts are at an angle. What do I do there? Just use an average. 3 should be the waist. And then 4 1/4 should be the bottom of the crotch. Knees should be at 6. And ankles should be at 9. Now, when a woman is not wearing shoes, like in this picture, the figure will end at about 9.5 heads. That's fine. But if you put this woman in a high heel or draw her foot as if it were to go into a high heel shoe, she'll be at a 10 head, basically. Okay, so that's your 10 head fashion figure proportions. And your elbow should be at around 3, unless the arm is off at an extreme angle. It should be that the elbow should be around the waist in length proportions, and the wrist should be right around where the crotch is. And you see on this pose, her arm is bent a little bit, so her wrist is a little bit higher than the crotch. And you see here we have 1 3/4 leg, judging from where her kneecap is, and her other leg is a front view leg, judging from where her kneecap is. And so you will see that her side seam will twist. It will be standard side seam placement at the top. As you approach the hip, it'll twist off to the side because she's angling her leg to the front, and so you would not see a side seam on this pant leg. So let's talk about legs and thigh muscles to draw more accurate 3/4 legs. There is a thigh muscle here called the vastus medialis. And no, you don't need to learn every anatomical term under the sun. It does help me as a teacher to call things the correct name, but you don't have to learn every single word like this. But this vastus medialis, it creates a curve here on the inside of the thigh, just above the knee. Okay, our quadriceps are not symmetrical. So this curve will show up depending on how the leg is angled and what pose we're looking at. So when we look at this leg and we're looking at the more of the outside of the leg, you're going to see this curve, the vastus medialis curve, kind of come up just over the knee. But when you are drawing where you see more of the inside, the vastus medialis is facing us, so we're not really seeing the curve as it affects the outside shape, the silhouette of the leg. In this next figure, I want to talk about two things. One, elongating a figure for a fashion figure without going too 10 head exaggerated. We're going to do an 8.5, 9 head figure. And two, we're going to talk about drawing plus size figures. So again, draw a line, mark off 9 heads, and we're going to, again, place the breasts under the 2, the second head mark. Waist should be at 3, and bottom of the crotch will be 4.5. Okay, we're not making the torso so much smaller in comparison to the legs in this figure. We are kind of, elongating her a little bit, making her kind of like a tall model type. Now, these proportions can work for plus size and not plus size figures, the vertical proportions, so keep that in mind. Knees are at 6 again, and this time the ankles are at 8. So yes, the legs are elongated, but they're still within the realm of reality. Like 10 head figures, they don't really, they exist in nature. They're extremely, extremely rare 10 head figures, but 8.5, 9 head figures, they are closer to actual existing tall people proportions. Okay? A lot of models are 9 head proportions. When it comes to drawing plus size shapes, I hate to break it to you, but they're not that different. If you thought it was going to be some sort of ordeal, it's not. They're wider. There's more curves. But take this arm, for example. The inside of her elbow is right at the crook of her arm facing her body. So her bicep sits above it. Tricep curves curve high in the back. And so even though she has a layer of fat on top of her bicep and tricep, the curves are on top of these existing curves where the bicep is a long straight curve and the tricep is high on the arm. Same with the thighs. The basic shape is the same. The calves, the basic shape is the same, where the curves of the calves, and I'm always telling students, look, shins are not straight. They do have a curve, and they curve on a plus size figure as well. She's wearing these very Spanxy kind of leggings. She might have rolls. She might not. You could draw them if they were in the figure. That is up to you. Okay, so they're rounded. They're wider, they're bigger, but the shapes are very similar than not plus size figures. Let's draw a man. Let's draw an elongated fashion figure man. At this point, I think you can figure out how to just draw a not elongated male 3/4 figure. So let's talk about elongated proportions for male fashion figure. Okay, so waist is at 3 for dudes as well. And bottom of the crotch is at 4.5. Okay, a little bit longer than on women to accommodate his anatomy. The second head mark, the 2, sits pretty much square in the center of his pecs. Okay, so draw out those angles, proportion out his vertical proportions, sketch out the pose, and then knees are going to be at 6 or just below 6. I generally prefer just below 6 because on women we have the standard thigh and then a much more elongated, graceful calf. But on men, I like a little bit more evened out thigh to calf ratio. That V cut on very muscular men where it's the end of the obliques before you go into the hips? That cut should be lined up with the middle of a man's forearm, like a third of the way down to half the way down, kind of depending on the angle of the arm. On the guy on the left, that cut is right around where, like a third of the way down the forearm. And then on the right, it's more halfway down because of the angle. But that's how you kind of proportionately line up elbow, forearm, and that oblique cut. And then wrists are close to the crotch mark, just like women. I do have an Anatomy for Artists book that I do recommend. It's in my Amazon shop, and I'll have the title and everything, the information in the description box below. I did not show any pictures in this video because sometimes when I show those pictures, YouTube likes to flag me for monetization purposes and stuff. So I was like, let's not deal with that today. But there's a lot of references online. I have a Pinterest board called Figure Drawing Refs. And that's where I have all these model photos that I'm using in this video and much, much more. All kinds of figures, wearing underwear, wearing bathing suits, so you can really see the body, the pose, the muscles, all that good stuff. And that's it for 3/4 figures. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today. Share, subscribe. Drop me your questions in the comments section below. Please check the description box for further information. Let me know in the comments if you want a video all about how to draw clothes on 3/4 figures. And I'll see you in the next video. Hey party people, in this video we are going to go over sitting figures like these, okay, on chairs, on stools, propping their butts on chests of drawers, etc. And with sitting figures, the biggest difference in terms of what you have to pay attention to between sitting figures and standing figures is really in the lower body. I mean, upper bodies, they're going to be sitting up, straight up, or slouching, or what have you, like you do with standing poses. Sitting poses, you're going to pay attention to the changes in the legs. And the two big things are foreshortening. Okay, foreshortening is when the angle is coming towards you. So these legs are coming towards us, so they're foreshortened. And muscles moving around with legs folded over. So with this, her legs are crossed. And so her gastrocnemius, all of her calf muscles are kind of squished over to one side. When you have a pose like this, she's so precisely posed that you barely see her calf muscle squished into her knee there. But that's because her leg really isn't fully crossed on the other leg like this one is. This thigh is resting completely on the other thigh. Okay, really quick, let's go over my materials. I have my visual references. I'm going to use tracing paper today. I don't have a brand preference for tracing paper as long as it is not too plasticky, vellum-y, but more like paper, more matte. I have my mechanical pencil. I have my two favorite erasers, my Pentel Click for big erasing, my Tombow Mono for detail erasing, and a couple of Pilot Color Enos. These are mechanical colored pencils, and I love these to do corrections work. Clear graph ruler and masking tape, some kind of tape that's not particularly sticky. Doesn't matter because I put lint on it anyway. That way I can peel it up later really easily. I'm going to show you how to do this figure using my 4-step croquis building process. Now, I have a video series on that. But I have a series for women, a series for men. And if you want to go and watch those, they're very in-depth. They're made for beginners. If you are a beginner and are learning croquis drawing from scratch, I suggest you go watch that series. Okay, I'm going to move a little bit quickly with this particular one. Okay, now I have videos on how to do this for not elongated figures and elongated figures. So at this point, when you have your visual reference, you need to decide, okay, Do I want an 8 head figure, 9 head figure, 10 head figure? Okay. Let's say I want to do a 10 head figure on this. Right? The first thing you need to do is measure the head. You want to measure along the center of their face. And if you can't tell where the top of her head is because she has some floopy hairstyle, just keep in mind that the center of the eye is the center of the whole head. Not the center of the face, but center of the whole head. So she's at 1/2 and a 16th. So this is a 1 1/8 inch head. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip my paper over. I'm gonna draw my plumb line. I always put the head line, the plumb line, on the back so that when I'm drawing and erasing here, I don't lose my number line. And I'm gonna do a 10 head figure today because it's the most difficult. And so I like to demo the harder ones and then you guys can do the easy ones off of that, or easier. So I'm gonna mark her pelvis in here. I'm using just a white pencil so I can see what the hell's going on. There's her pelvis here. There's her center front. And so I'm going to follow this line, and there's her center front, and there's her side. Okay, that's kind of how her side seam would sit if she were wearing pants. That's the base of her neck, kind of the base of her pelvis. I'm going to say that's about where her plumb line is, her center of gravity for the way she's sitting on the chair. Plumb line. The one mark is right at her chin. Trace the head. There's the center line for her face. There's her ear. So that's mark 2, and the 2 mark is the top of her breast where a strapless dress would sit, and her breasts are kind of like right there. That's one breast, that's the other breast. There's her shoulder balls. Mark the angle of her neck, angle of her shoulders. Okay. And then here's the 3 mark, and you're going to scooch that up to where her waist is. There's her rib cage. There's her side seam. And then when we mark the waist, we mark the elbows. And we always mark with the full width of the joint so you can figure out how wide each joint and limb is going to be. And then with women on a 10 head figure, bottom of the hip is 4 1/4. So we're going to scooch that up to the bottom of her pelvis, line that plumb line back up again. Now we mark the wrists. And yeah, the angle's going to be thrown off a little bit because you're elongating everything. This is the tricky part where we start doing the legs. Now, normally on a standing figure, the center of her knee would be at 6. If that's her thigh, that would be the length of her thigh on a standing figure. So what I would do is I would take the center of that, just about here. The measurement is to here, the center of her knee. That is 2 3/8. This leg has no foreshortening. I will follow the angle of this, 2 3/8. So there's her leg. That's the joint of her knee and everything. Remember, I marked the whole width of it. There's her new wrist placement. And you may be wondering, Zoe, do I have to be that precise? No, after a while, you start doing these and you'll get a feel for it without having to measure things. But I'm giving you the most structured, exact way to get you started. With a 10 head figure, your ankle is at 9. So it's 1, 2, 3 3/8 inches is the center of your ankle. Actually, first, let's do the other knee. So now that we've placed this knee, we're gonna place this knee here in proportion. There's the angle of that leg. We have the angle of this leg, 1, 2, 3, and 3/8. And you're like, holy crap, that is really far. And it's like, well, yeah, it's a 10 head figure. So we're gonna put that there. And there's the width of her ankle. There's the angle of her leg. And then we're gonna put her foot in here. I'm actually gonna make her foot a little bit bigger because the rest of her is so big. You know, she's wearing a bit of a platform, but I'm gonna pretend that that's her complete foot. And then here, back to where our knees were. And now our plumb line is off because our legs are so much longer, but make sure that the plumb line is parallel, okay? Don't angle it in weird ways, but make sure things are lined up. 1, 2, 3, and 3/8. There's the center of her ankle. And there's the pose, elongated to a 10 head stance. Now, if you follow my 4-step croquis building process, then you know step 2 is building out the figure. Step 3 is adding the anatomy. Step 4 is perfecting and modifying to fit my customer. So please go watch those videos if you are interested in really working on your fashion figures. Really quick, I'm just gonna flesh out and correct this figure. I think that her neck is too short and she's like holding her shoulders really high and stiff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise her head. I'm not gonna make it bigger. I'm going to raise it and bring it forward a little bit. And I'm gonna drop her shoulders a hair, just so she looks a little bit more relaxed. There's her suprasternal notch. There's your Roger. I'm gonna drop her breast a tiny bit. Okay, just so she looks a little bit more relaxed, right? Deltoid, her brachio. I'm gonna give her a little bit more butt. You can't really see because she's wearing this dramatic skirt, but it only makes sense that someone's butt gets flattened because they're sitting, okay? There's that muscle and fat compression thing again. So if she were standing, her butt would be nice and round like that, but because she's sitting, I'm gonna flatten her out. There's her knee. There's the top of her. Give her a little bit of that top of thigh muscle and that hamstring that drops. And then this is gonna be flat and flush to the stool that she's sitting on. And then there's her kneecap. Yeah, you're gonna see, I like to draw this round piece because it gives me that curve of the calf. And then it reminds me that the front of shins are not straight. I see a lot of, I see cartoonists usually, they do this thing where they curve the calf in this way, but that's a cartoony effect and that can be cute in that style. But in actuality, we do have flesh on the fronts of our shins. So you want to see some of that roundness happening. And you see how the leg tapers so that it's smaller above the ankle. It's narrower above the ankle and then it flares out again. And there's our little peach pit bone. This arm is foreshortened, okay? So if you recall in my drawing clothes 1 video where we talked about wraparounds, if she was wearing a shirt with sleeves, okay? Here, this upper arm is not shortened, so it would react normally. But because this arm is so foreshortened, the sleeves, hems, or stripes would be very curved, showing that foreshortening. And then her hand is resting on her knee like so. And then this one, you're gonna see that negative space right there. And you're gonna see how this dips. So her crotch is up here and her hamstring dips down. Use this knee ball thing to help you figure out the girth, the beginning girth of your calf. And we're gonna fix that squish. We're gonna get in there and we're gonna squish this in. We're gonna move the knee out and we're gonna squish that a little bit. Always address the squishes. That's gonna be the new zoism. Address the squishes. Flatten that. And there is your 10 head sitting figure. If you are more comfortable kind of looking at a visual reference and then kind of drawing on your own, you can do that. I'm gonna do a 9 head figure for this one, just for variety's sake. So I'm just gonna look at this one and then transfer it to my own figure, okay? Since it does help me give proper fashion figure proportions to have a number line, I'm gonna have one here. You know, something like this. I would mark the center. So here's her face, her head. Center is her eye line. She's looking full frontal. There's no angle here. So I'm gonna put her ears in there. There's the center of her head. With the 9 head figure, the proportions are the same as a 10 head figure, except with a slightly shorter, okay, a lot shorter calf. I mean, not a lot of people in the world are 9 heads, but 9 head bodies do exist in nature. And so it looks very fashionable without it looking too exaggerated. You know, there are a lot of supermodels, Giselle, Nadia Auerman, they are literally 9 head figures. The 2, again, is right at the top of the breast, and her torso is real straight. She's not twisting one way or the other. Her shoulders are pretty straight. So we're gonna keep those breasts in there. We're gonna double-headed Mickey Mouse. There's the angle of her shoulders. I do breasts and then shoulders because I know that breasts are gonna sit right under that 2 mark and then shoulders are gonna sit proportionately above that. With some poses, like this one where she's really pushing her shoulders back and trying to give a very upright posture, you're gonna see a separation in that double-headed Mickey Mouse. Here's that, and here's her shoulder ball. And it's also 3/4, so there's some of that. But a lot of these more frontal views, you are gonna see that double-headed Mickey Mouse look. Waist is at 3, there's her rib cage. 4¼ to 4½ is where the bottom of her pelvis sits. And again, you know, it's gonna be flattened some. It's flatter here because it's squished. This doesn't look flat because her thigh is being raised. So it's not like her fat is sitting on the little, what is it, fence post. Okay. So this part is relaxed. This part is more coming right at you. And generally speaking, your shoulders are the widest part, then your hip, and then your breast. Generally, of course, you can modify for your customer, for your illustration, etc. We're gonna draw the arms last because they're in proportion to her leg. Her breast is like in here, right? And her knee is overlapping her breast a little bit. So I'm going to take my red pencil and I'm gonna mark that up here. That's where her knee is. Kind of straight up and right in front of her breast. Her ankle is, her calf is tucked in. Her ankle is right in front of her crotch, tucked right up against her other thigh and at the bottom of her hip. So there's her ankle. So that's, and then her foot is straight down, very little foreshortening in there like that. In relation, this girl's other knee is right at the toes of her other leg. So overlapping that plumb line a little bit, there's her knee, there's her calf. And that's how you know how much to foreshorten that leg. I still have my number line. Normally on a 9-head figure, the center of the knee would be at 6, and then the center of the ankle would be at 8. But since right now it's at 5, and I want a 9-head proportion figure, I'm going to move the ankle down to the center of 7. And her leg is coming out at an angle a little bit, so that's why it's out here like that. And then we have this calf, and then her foot hangs with very little foreshortening, like that. And then her arms, so this elbow is sitting on top of her knee, but off to one side a little bit, so we're gonna put that there. And that's the foreshortening, super foreshortened. And then her arm, her wrist is sitting, it's not squishing. You notice she's not, resting her head on her hand. It's just kind of coming up to touch her face a little. So her wrist is out here, and then we're gonna, work on her hand later on. I have a whole video called How to Draw Hands, and that's how that arm is gonna sit. And then this elbow is going to be a little bit lower, okay, a little bit lower, and not touching, the arm is touching the knee, the elbow is not touching the knee. And do you see the center line? The elbow is just on the other side, so we're gonna do that. Okay, use all these markers and proportions to help you. There's her wrist. You see how it's like right there, right in this little bubble? Okay, so her wrist is right there, almost aligned with the outside of her shoulder. Almost, right? So her arm is in there, tucked in there, and then her hand. Seriously, go watch that How to Draw Hands video where I go over making sure that you draw the back of your hand as opposed to the front of your hand for these kinds of things. So there's that and that. And those are the proportions laid out onto a 9-head fashion illustration figure. Let's flesh out this figure. There's her elbow sticking out. If her shirt had stripes, they would sit like that, super round, because they're coming right at you. You're gonna see all of that knee stuff articulated because it's the skin is stretched over the knee, and your thigh is going to flatten and curve out, and you're gonna see the calf muscles bulge out. I mean, you can't really see her waist because of her cardigan. I chose this because, you can really see her arms. The waist is kind of a matter of your preference, how much of an hourglass you want. And then we're going to see this curving down. And then you can see how her ankle gets kind of pushed into the fleshy part of her thigh. And then this kind of rounds out. So anytime you have body parts pressing against each other, you have to acknowledge the flesh getting squished. And then again, there's her kneecap in there. And then this is all kind of smooth because it's hanging without things touching and shoving. And ugh, that's a terrible looking leg. Excuse me. Let's try that again. Ankle's too big. Ah, better. Don't forget to draw that surface. So even later on, if you change the thing, like if you decide to put her on a bar stool or something, this is still the seat that she's sitting on. Okay, I want to do this real quick because you're going to see a lot of sitting figures and with crossing legs. So let's do another example of the muscles and fat squishing over. This is your pelvic box. She's sitting kind of straight at us. Let's say that's the center, and that's where her legs are coming and her knees are crossed. Okay, she's kind of like that. Her knee is up here, and that's the angle of her calf. And then this one, her knee is down here. Her calf is angled like so. The angle is about there. So that's her leg there. I know, it looks really weird right now. So there's her hip. There's her knee. Her kneecap is really high up there. And this is coming forward, and there's her other knee. This, if she were standing and her muscles weren't being moved around, her calves, the muscle would sit further out like this, just a little bit, and then all of this would be much flatter. Because right now it looks so wide because it's squished, okay? It's not just kind of more cylindrical like it usually is. Push a little bit out like that. There's that divot in here. And that's where her muscle gets pushed out, coming back in. There's the ankle, and there's her foot. I should really draw that more foreshortened. And then this one is not squished. It's just hidden, okay? It's the one on the bottom. And so you're not gonna see muscle squishing. You're just gonna see it back here. You're gonna see a lot of different pose variations, but the point is to pay attention to your visual reference and pay attention to what is being squished around. This kind of pose, you don't see much foreshortening or muscle compression. You do have to make sure that you kind of layer the calf in front of the thigh. Because if you draw this line, it looks like the thigh is in front of the calf, which doesn't work with the way it's folded and everything. So you got to make sure that you draw this curve in the front. This kind of sitting pose is one of the easier ones. There's no foreshortening, not even in the arms, and there's no muscle compression because this is like almost a 90-degree angle. There's no squishing, nothing. These two things, foreshortening and muscle compression, they don't change for children. They don't change for male to female because, I mean, maybe the guy you're drawing is more muscular. Okay, not all men are more muscular than all women. There's super toned women and men that show zero muscle definition. Okay, so yeah, foreshortening. And in this case, not so much muscle compression. Just hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice not magic. Hashtag if your first one sucks, you're right on track. Hashtag it's hard because it's hard, not because there's anything wrong with you. I know, I have a million of these. I'm going to make t-shirts eventually. All right? Drop me all the questions in the comment section below. Share this video with people who love figure drawing, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, party people, let's draw feet today. Okay, I draw stylized feet. I do fashion illustration. I don't articulate every knuckle and muscle, and I don't even know what most of these things are called. Okay, I don't draw every toe. I usually don't even draw toenails. This is the kind, I'm going to teach you guys the kind of feet that I draw. So if you want to learn all about feet anatomy, this is not the video for you. All right. I draw fashion figures and I draw feet to suit the fashion figures. The number one thing I'm concerned with is proportion, okay? So when a woman is in a high heel, ankle to toe is one head, Okay, so if you watch my croquis building videos, then you know no matter what proportion you use, 9 head, 10 head, 11 head, whatever, okay, I mark out the heads before I start drawing, and your feet, ankle to toe, should be about 1 head. All right, also, okay, the inside of your forearm, okay, from the inside of the elbow to the inside of the wrist, that should be the length of your foot. And I mean that in real life, okay? Go ahead and stick your foot on your forearm. No, I'm not gonna do it on this video, but it should be in here, okay? And so when you're working on your figures, this is about the same as this, right? You see that? Men are the same. I mean, this is about half a head because he's not in a heel. His foot is coming toward us. And so this is half a head, okay? Now, this, okay, it's the back of his foot would be about here. There's his toe. That is about 1 head. It's a little bit smaller because it's back in space and things far away are smaller. Haha, funny that. And then again, the inside of his forearm, okay, is about the length of the foot, right? So proportions are important, okay? Now, if you have watched my figure drawing videos, then you know I have a 4-step process, and I follow that for the feet as well. I'm gonna do a bunch of videos on how to draw shoes and shoe vocabulary. So if you don't want to miss out on any of those, go ahead and click that subscribe button. This video is in preparation for those shoe videos because I can't teach you how to draw shoes if I don't teach you about feet first, right? Right? Okay. Coffee is so good. All right, so I pulled all these pictures of feet as bare as I could get them. So here is a forward-facing foot. So when I am doing the full figure, I trace the entire width of the ankle with a ball, okay? You know that when I mark my joints like elbows, I always mark the entire width. So ankle bone to ankle bone, right? And then I always mark the center of the leg. Okay, here's the center of the foot. I mark the bottom of the toes and then the top of the toes. That didn't really make sense, but you know where the toes join the rest of the foot and then the very bottom of where the toes are drawn, okay? And that is the basic shape, right? And then, of course, the big toe is the biggest. That's why it's called the big toe. All right. Oh my God, I've had too much coffee today. And then you have the rest of your toes. Honestly, if I'm not preparing a croquis for swimwear or something similar, I don't even bother with the toes, okay? But for the purposes of this demo, I am. And then later on, when I'm drawing the anatomy, you know that I always mark, you know, inside ankle bone is high, outside ankle bone is low, and then the leg is narrower above the ankle. You see that? Here's the ankle, but it's narrower above, narrower above, narrower above, okay? So it's narrower above, and then it flares out for your ankle bones, okay? And then it comes out, and then look, you see slivers of the toenails, okay? A little bit more because the 4 smaller toes kind of curve down a little bit, but if you draw them fully square, they're gonna look like they're on ballet point. That's not what you want it to look like unless you are drawing a ballerina. You want them to look like, yeah, they're on the balls of their feet, you know, firmly planted on the floor. And so I even exaggerate that. And then here are your toes, round them out, okay, so they're not robots. mean, I don't even draw this much detail like 99% of the time. But this is to kind of help you figure things out. Later on, when you draw your shoe, let's say you're drawing a really pointy-toed shoe, you know that your toes are going to squish together, so I curve that in. Everyone knows, anyone who's worn any kind of pointed-toed shoe, whether it's an Oxford or a stiletto, a pump, this gets squeezed in and there's an empty space here. And make sure this point is not in the middle, okay? Stop drawing your pilgrim shoes. Stop making your left feet look like your right feet, okay? Do not draw them identical. Give me distinct left and right feet, God's sakes. And you're gonna curve this in. This toe is distinctly on one side, the side of your big toe. There's your ankle, okay? There's that angle. And then the top is gonna be right where the toes join the foot. And there's your foot. Now, when you have a foot that's coming right at you, male or female, everything is foreshortened, okay? Your foot is like a wedge, okay? You have this wedge shape. And it is coming at you. And so the toes are going to get wider. Everything is going to get flat, all right? And that's just how it is, okay? And, you know, sometimes it does look weird, not going to lie. But that's the foot. That's just the foot, okay? So, again, when I'm at the croquis stage, here are my ankle bones, okay? There's the center of my calf. And then, again, that's the bottom of her foot. That's where the toes join the rest of the foot. And I usually do that sort of deal, okay? And then, again, you know, you just see little bits of the toe. Again, ankle bone, and okay. And if you have a strap, it'll sit over your foot like this. And if you have an open toe shoe, you're always going to see some of the sole, okay? You see some of this, so draw that, a little bit of that. You know, something like that. And yeah, everything looks squished because that's kind of what it looks like. You know, on a dude, just the same. Just I would make his toes a little bit wider, you know. I typically do that for guys, is just make the foot wider in general. There's his toenails, if you wanted to paint those. Okay, and then the classic side view, okay. Now, again, you would put in the ball. Remember, I always mark the width of the whole ankle. Here and here. Inside view or outside view. And then I mark the ball and I mark the toe. Okay. And then the rest is like this big wedge. You know, where it bends, I always mark that. So there's the angle of the calf. There is the width of the ankle. Okay, sometimes I mark the ankle bone. Scratch that. I generally do that. There's the ball. There's the tip of the toe. And then again, here's the width of the ankle and the ankle bone. And then again, the wedge of the foot. There's the ball. There's the toe. There's the direction of the ankle. And then, again, here's the calf. And then I make everything curvier, right? So I curve that heel in and I give it a little bit of arch, although you see more of the arch on the inside, right? A little bit of the arch. There's your baby toe. You even see that. And then there's the arch of the front and then your toes. Like so. And then on the inside, again, it's that wedge. It's got a distinct corner, but, you know, rounded because it's a human body and not some sort of android. And then here's the toe. Sometimes you'll see them, you know, the other toes. Side view, I typically don't even draw them. And then again, you see the arch of the foot on the inside more. And then you have your 3/4 feet. They're a little bit more challenging, but you know, the process is exactly the same. There's the width of the ankle. There's that wedge. And then there's where the toes join. That's the end of the toe, like that. And then again, here's my ankle. Center of the calf, and then that wedge. And it's got that 3/4 turn, okay? And then you have your toes kind of coming at an angle like that. And yeah, you practice these until you're able to freehand them. Just like all the other fashion figure drawings, I use the references, I do tracings, I do study them, and then I draw and I draw and I draw and I practice, and then eventually I just freehand them. You know, sometimes it helps with the 3/4 ones to kind of draw the center, and then here's the big foot. That's the center of the foot, and here's the big foot, big toe, sorry. And then again, you kind of piece it together. There's the heel, and there's the big toe. And there's the rest of your toes. And there's your ankle. Here again, there's your ankle bone. There's your heel. And then this is coming up. And there's your big toe. And then the rest of your toes sit in here. Like so. Okay? And then later on, if you want to put in a shoe, there's the back. And again, make sure you're giving me a distinct left and right shoe. And you see a 3/4. You see how this is the angle, right? Okay. There's like a sweep because it's 3/4, okay? So this is not going to come all the way down here, okay? Because perspective, right? So this heel is going to be back here, back in space. It's going to be shorter. And so there's your foot. I'm going to give it a little bit more of a distinct right foot. And then the heel is going to be back here, okay, tucked in the back and shorter because of the perspective, right? And then again here, you see this goes up higher because of the arch of the foot, but this kind of still wraps around in a normal fashion. Give it that. And then again, you're going to see that heel back there. Ooh. A little bit closer. And then right? Back of feet, okay, which is a bigger concern for a lot of people, but you know, it's the same. There's that ankle with the bones, and there's the wedge, and then there's the bottom of the foot, and then I mark the center. And then again, ankle high on the inside, low on the outside, and then Achilles heel that straddles that center line. And then there's the heel. And then there's the bottom of the foot, your sole. And there's that. And if you want a shoe in there, you can, it'll go up, right? And usually, you know, pumps, they have that center back stitch line in the back. And then you'll see that's the sole of your shoe. And your heel will come out the center here, okay? So depending on what kind of heel you like. And yeah, this will be longer because it's in front, and then the toes go back in space. So this heel has to be longer than the ball of the foot. And then of course, for any kind of flat foot, male, female, all of these male, female, whatever you want to do, it's very simple. You just have the wedge. Always, you know, always marking the width of the ankle when you're drawing the figure. And again, there's your calf. Inside ankle bone is high, outside ankle bone is low. The space above the ankle is where you're narrowest. And then there's your Achilles tendon, and there's the back of your foot. And sometimes if like, you know, something like this where their foot is very wide, you'll see a little bit of that. Or on guys, I'll draw a little bit more. And if it looks like a stump, that's okay, because it kind of is a stump. It's a stump from the back, okay? It's a stump of an appendage. All right, don't worry about it. And then here is a little bit of a 3/4. Again, I know. I'm just repeating myself over and over again because it's the same process for every angle, okay? So there's the center of the calf, like the middle point, but your Achilles tendon sits here. And so I mark that, you know, and then your ankle bone is here. There's the bottom of your heel. And then you see this, I draw the planes, you know, there's the wedge, there's the wedge, there's the ball, there I mark the toes, okay? And then again, here is the ankle. Here's the center of the calf. There's my Achilles heel. And then I mark. And then on this one again, you see more of the inside arch of the foot. There's that wedge. There's that ball. There's that toe. And you're like, Zoe, is there any way I could do this without pictures of feet? I get this question a lot in terms of figures. And I'm like, you know what? You can, but you can ask any drawing teacher in the world, what is the best way to learn how to draw? Go look at examples, real life examples of what you're trying to draw. Okay, and so whether you use my trace first, practice, and then develop method, or you just draw from observation, you're gonna need pictures of feet. Okay, you wanna learn how to draw feet? You need to look at feet, okay? Borrow your roommate and ask them to pose in the way your fashion figures are posing so that you can figure out the feet. Go, you know, I found these on Pinterest, okay? You have to go look at feet. You can't just draw feet. You can't not look at pictures of feet and expect yourself to draw feet. All right, and then There's your ankle. And then again, you see those toes in there, and then there's the ball and the sole of your foot. And, you know, you can draw your toes if you want, but most of the time, like I said, I don't care. And there's your calf. And then, again, there's that wedge. There's the toe, big toe. There's the sole of your foot. There's your Achilles heel, tendon, whatever. There's your ankle in there. It's softer on the inside. It's not as articulated, but it's still there. And then let's draw some basic shoes, heels on them. Again, this is the big toe, and so your heel is going to be pointed closer to that. And so there's your ankle. And so the back is going to wrap around the heel and then come around. And there's the edge. You're going to see the bottom of the foot. And again, don't forget the perspective. Okay, the toes are further away than the heel. And so the heel is going to be a little bit longer. Maybe not that long. Like that. Okay. And then again, there's the bottom of the foot, and we're going to see this wrapping over the back of the heel and coming down, and then you're going to see that. And then again, there's the bottom of your shoe, and then again, your heel, again, is going to be a little bit longer because of the perspective. And there's the sole, and there's the heel, like so. All right, I hope that was helpful for you guys. I spent a lot of time in life drawing classes, studying feet, drawing feet, doing anatomical studies on feet. Okay, so that later when I was stylizing my illustrations for fashion, I had the basics of where the bones were and, you know, the Achilles heel and where it's placed and things like that. And then I developed this tracing building blocks and adding anatomy method for students who didn't have the benefit of sitting in super intense 6-hour anatomy classes like I did. All right, so yeah, I hope this was helpful for you guys. All right, I think tracing gets a really bad rap. I am not in favor of tracing illustrations like, you know, copying stuff, but this is a learning tool, okay? And it's a step in the process, not the finished thing, okay? So it's a little bit different when it's a process thing and a learning thing as opposed to tracing a final something. All right. And even when you're tracing a final something so you can learn from it is different than tracing something and then passing it off as your own. Okay. That's what you don't want to do. Anyway, that's how I feel about feet and tracing and drawing and all those good things. And I am super caffeinated. And please like this video if you found it helpful for you. Subscribe so that you get notifications for all the shoe videos. And yeah, share, show me some love, ask me your questions. I'm out of coffee. I gotta go get more coffee. All right, I will see y'all in the next video. Who here hates drawing hands as much as I do? Nobody hates drawing hands as much as I do, because I really hate drawing hands. Yeah. I know, don't quit my day job, right? Hey, party people. Today, I'm going to teach you the way I draw hands. I draw simplified hands for illustration work. So much like my feet, how to draw feet video, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of what this muscle is called and how to draw every single one of these wrinkles, because I don't care. I don't draw all these little wrinkles, and I don't know what this is called, and I don't draw every like knuckle wrinkle. I don't do any of that. My figures tend to be about yay tall at most. It's pretty rare that I get requested to do anything much bigger, which means on a figure this big, my hand is going to be about this, the whole hand is going to be the size of my thumbnail. And so I don't have room. Okay. And so I'm going to teach you guys simplified hands for figure illustration, fashion illustration work. So real quick before I start drawing, most of you usually ask me what I'm using. So I'm just using, for today's exercise, some tracing paper. This is Blick brand. I don't have a strong tracing paper preference for brands. I usually just get what's on sale. I'm using mechanical pencils. This is a Zebra 0.5. I think it has like HB lead in it, you know, basic sketching. And then this is a Uni Shalaku mechanical pencil. I just bought this in Japan a couple of weeks ago that I'm still testing. I really like it because it weighs nothing, okay? Sometimes I like a weighted pencil. Like this one is very heavy. It's weighted at the bottom. Sometimes I like that. Sometimes I like the super lightweight. So I'm testing this one. And this one has blue lead in it. This is also something, if you watched my latest Japan haul, I just got this. It's, I got a bunch of colors. I'm testing out the blue first. It's blue mechanical pencil lead. Okay. And I've been really liking it so far. That's pretty nice, right? Like I mentioned in my Japan haul, I have the whole set of Pentels. The other ones, Pilot Color Enos, but they have a thicker lead. This one is thinner, so I'm trying this out. I like it so far. And then my eraser is just my main eraser. This is a Pentel Click, and this is, you know, my favorite. This is the Tombow Mono Zero, very skinny tipped eraser for detail work, which I adore, and I just got another one and refills in Japan. Seriously, I hate drawing hands. Oh my God, I hate it. But I'm gonna teach it to you anyway. Number one, step one, get visual references, okay? You're never gonna learn how to draw something well if you don't know what the actual thing looks like in real life. Go get pictures of hands. Step number two, get your other materials together. Step number three, get a piece of tracing paper and copy the gesture. So when I do figure drawing videos, I always mark the wrist with the ball, right? I always mark the entire width of the wrist, right? And then that's the center of the forearm. And when I gesture out hands, okay, I block out the wrist. Here's the direction of the knuckles, and here's the shape of the palm or the back of the hand, okay? I generally do an oval for this cushiony muscle in here that I don't know the name of. And then that, okay? And then I draw a basic shape for this set of knuckles. So there's that. And then I divvy them up. There's four. It's going back in space, so they're not evenly spaced out. You see less of the pinky than you do the pointer finger. Do you see some of this? Okay, you're going to see a little bit of that. So there's your basic gesture for your hand, okay? And then in later steps, when we fill out the body and add in your anatomy, okay, you're going to go in. And there, you already know that's the width of the wrist because we already marked it. And then we're going to pull out this muscle in here. And we're going to have the thumb. Now, this joint, this is the number one mistake, most common mistake I see in hand drawings, okay? The depth of this knuckle, where this sits on the hand, is not the same as this. This one goes very far low in your hand, like halfway down your palm. And these stop like way up here, okay? And I see way too many hands where this is like up here or this is like way down here. No, these sit kind of in an arc in a row, and then this webbing, the way that where the thumb connects to the hand, rest of the hand, is very, very low. So this is up here, and there's your thumb. And we're going to put this in here, and we're going to put in kind of like the soft roundness of the knuckles. There's your wrist, there's your hand. And we're going to put in these fingers, and we're going to give it a nice soft anatomical feel so it doesn't look like little robot cylinders. And there's your hand. Ta-da! That wasn't so hard, was it? If you feel inclined to do so, you can put in some fingernails. I mean, that's really all you see, okay? I don't even bother with fingernails like 99.9994% of the time. Every once in a blue moon, I'll have a client who asks for nail polish, and I'll just take a teeny tiny little brush, and because, you know, my hand drawings are like this big, right? And I'll just dab a little ding, ding. This process is the same no matter what your hand pose is. Again, where's the wrist? You see, that's her little wrist bone there. So I'm going to mark my wrist there. I'm going to go ahead and mark that because that's the bone that's kind of sticking out. And there's the center of her forearm. And you know what? If you can't see details under your tracing paper, just draw them out on your visual reference. Like that's where her knuckles are sitting, right? And that's going to be the arc. And then that's where her other knuckles are sitting. So that's going to be that second arc. And that's where her fingernails are. And that's your third arc, right? So we're going to put that back, match up that wrist bone back up. Okay. The angle of the arm. And then here, there's the width of the palm. Here's that arc, here's that second arc, here's that third arc. So your fingers are going like this, and your fingers are going like this, okay? And you can see the spacing. She's spreading her fingers out a little bit. Not as much as I just did, and so we're connecting these, and we're changing the direction, right? Okay, it didn't go out that far. So we're going to bring this back in here like that, right? The biggest space is here. Ta-da! There is her wrist. There's her palm. There's that meaty joint. There's the rest of her thumb. And then you see a little bit of this. When you render it, this is all going to be in shadow. If I wanted to do this on a guy's hand, give it a little bit more girth and accentuate the knuckles a bit more, not taper the fingers as much. I make the fingernails a little bit blunter. I make the fingertips a little bit more squared off, and I add more girth overall. That's really the only difference between drawing women's hands and men's hands. There's the hand, okay? And that is the hand on the face, okay? Here's her head. And that's a relaxed, slightly curved hand, okay? So make sure that your entire hand fits in the size of the person's face, okay? Put your own hand up against your face and see how much space that takes up. And it doesn't matter if you have a really elongated 10-head figure or if you have a not elongated 8-head figure, because hands don't get elongated and heads don't get elongated. Remember, all those elongation processes, heads stay the same size and hands stay the same size. I will make the hands like a hair longer on like an 11-head figure to kind of add to that whole graceful long finger thing. But heads do not get bigger, hands do not get bigger. I love a beautiful, graceful dancer's hand pose, but again, the process is identical. We have the wrist, we have the bulk of the hand, we have the cushiony part of the thumb, the rest of the thumb, and here's the direction of her hand, like so. And then you see a little bit of her middle finger back there, so I'm going to do that. And then her other 3 fingers are together. So you see all the middle finger, and then you see the other 2 kind of just in shadow back there. And then you see this webbing and join. There's her beautiful wrist. There's the cushiony part of her thumb. Wrist, knuckle 1, arc 2. And then it's changing direction now, right? Because of perspective and it's how it's going around. And there's her hand. Do, 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 do. And yeah, I recommend that you get some visual references that are of larger size and draw them out kind of big like this and get in that habit and then try to draw smaller and smaller and smaller. This is the advice I give to students who are having a hard time drawing really small faces. So, you know, we have our 10-inch figures, and so our heads end up being 1 inch tall, and our faces are even smaller than an inch because, right, like the top part of your head is hair. So you have these teeny tiny faces, and you're like, I don't know how to draw the teeny tiny faces. Like, here's what you do when you want to draw a teeny tiny little face. Number 1, get a teeny tiny pencil. I recommend a 0.3 mechanical pencil size lead. Okay. Also, start by drawing heads that are about yay big. Okay. Not much bigger. You don't want to get in the habit of drawing really big and the different skill set required to draw bigger heads. But here is a head that's close in size to your fashion figure, but you're getting in the habit of drawing these smaller features. And then once you get some nice features going and understand how to draw in those shapes, you can get smaller and smaller and smaller. Same with the hands. This one is a weird hand. This is a pose that happens a lot in actual fashion poses, but on Croquis, they tend to look a little bit weird. It's one of those photo drawing translations that don't always work out. You know, the process is the same, but I'm gonna tell you, I don't use this pose often in my fashion work because it just doesn't always look right. So you see how it does look fairly accurate to the swipe, but you see how it's one of those things where it doesn't look really great. And you think like, oh, all I have to do is draw the thumb. This is gonna be a super easy approach to drawing hands on my figure without hiding them behind her torso, right? Not really. Like I find drawing hands like this like side 3/4 kind of hanging on the side sort of thing, much easier to draw. Holding on to things, all you have to do is make sure you get the handles in there, okay? But again, the approach is exactly the same. There's that knuckle, his wrist is in here. And now you know why I like to use visual references where they're as naked as possible. And you don't really see those, okay? And then in there, you put in your bag straps. And here's the side view. Okay, his wrist is in here. You're gonna see the knuckles sit across like that. And you don't really see the thumb. Like sometimes you will. Sometimes you'll see it stick out like that. Now pay attention when you make a fist. Your thumb, if you see it so that you only see the tops of these knuckles, the thumb is gonna stick out past that when you're drawing. If you're gonna draw something more like this, where it's a fist and you see some of this, you see how the top of the thumb kind of lines up with the knuckles when they're bent. When it's straight out, the thumb is gonna be shorter, okay? Because it's about like just above this middle finger knuckle. Right, so keep your thumb reference is really going to help you keep things anatomically correct. So when you have a fist like a loose fist like this, or a fist at this angle where you're holding a bag like this, you know, pay attention to your thumb length and how it's going to inform you of how anatomically correct that is. Nothing is different about any of these. You don't see her thumb at all. And notice the knuckle emphasis is really slight, and it's more about line quality. If you look at these, I kind of press a little bit harder to emphasize the knuckles, but it's not like I draw these giant knuckles that stick out past the finger, okay? It's really about a harder line quality and then softening that up. Harder line quality, softening that up. And again, you see a little bit of that softness in there, but this side is pretty straight. It always makes me laugh when you have front view hands on a back view figure. The pinky is gonna face you. Sometimes the drawing is such that it looks like a front view, but make sure you put your thumb in shadow so that it recedes in the distance, and then the pinky looks like it's pointing towards you. Okay, so it's very important in making your whole figure look like it's anatomically correct. So again, here's our wrist, direction of the forearm. Here is again that bulk of the hand. Here is your thumb. And again, that's that first joint, and that's basically the second joint. And it looks an awful lot like the front view hand, I am aware, but here's the pinky. Okay, and getting that pinky in there and making sure that that is the really like the most prominent finger you see is going to help you show that it's a back view of a fist. So there's our arm, there's our beautiful
wrist bone, and there are your knuckles, and again, here's that.
Also, can I pause to say I am really enjoying this blue lead in this pencil. I haven't tried any of the other colors yet, but so far the quality is just awesome sauce. I just realized that I don't have enough paper. Oh, where's my coffee? Oh my God. Let's try this again. Forearm, wrist, forearm, wrist. The cushion of the thumb. And there's your thumb. There's the back of your hand. There's that knuckle. This knuckle is actually the knuckle of the middle finger. Okay, you see that that's the top of the pinky. That's the bottom of the pinky. The pinky is so small, you're going to see other fingers over here and other fingers over here. So draw that. Draw this pinky in here. And it's small. But that's also, do you see this line? Okay, that's this. Okay, you're seeing this is this, and you want that. You want to show that this is that back cushion of your hand, joining up with your pinky, and that's what's facing you. And then you can draw your other fingers. There's your ring finger, there's your middle finger, and then maybe you can see the pointer finger in here. Honestly though, when you are drawing hands this big, you're not even gonna see all those fingers. You're gonna see this. That's really what you end up seeing. Okay, so you just have to make sure that the pinky is really the prominent thing. That's what really signifies that it's a back view hand. You're gonna see an anatomically, proportionately accurate sized thumb, and then your other fingers can be a little bit vague, like they're just whatever. Get a good visual reference, take some tracing paper, block it off, redraw, putting in your anatomy and your beautiful line quality. Redraw again if you need to redraw for better line quality, better anatomy, and you keep practicing this process. And if you never get to a point where you're freehanding hands, you are not a failure at drawing. Because let me tell you, I'm gonna throw a random number out there. I vote that 98% of people who draw people, whether it's for a hobby or it's their living, will say that hands are top, at the very least, top 3 most difficult things to draw. I promise you. Okay? So learn it. The very least you want to do is make sure that your hand drawings are just good enough that they're not distracting. Like when they're drawn really poorly, they're distracting. Okay, and you want people to focus on the clothing, right? So at the very least, just get your hands to a point where they are not distracting from the overall image. And then, of course, the goal is to grow from there, but yeah. Hands are hard. Don't beat yourself up. Remember all my hashtags. Hashtag always be practicing. Hashtag practice not magic, because we are not made of magic. We are made of practice. Hashtag if your first 100 hands suck, you are right on track. Go practice. Take a break. Drink more coffee. Practice some more. And I will see you in the next video. Hey, party people. Let's talk about exaggerated figures. I thought this would be a fun topic to cover now in October, beginning of October, for those of you who want to do some fun illustrations for Halloween. But, I teach this module, or I used to teach this module in university, so that my design students could come up with some fun ideas for different kinds of figures to display their designs, other than just kind of your standard fashion figure. Now, the thing is, I'm a fashion designer. On average, I teach fashion design students. I have students who are not fashion design students, but since they're the majority, the whole focus of this module was to showcase clothes. So most of my characters do have more human features, 2 arms, 2 legs, a neck, usually a head. Heads aren't completely necessary all the time unless you're a hat designer. But yeah, it's more human-esque. I mean, one of my favorite characters of all time is Ursula from The Little Mermaid, but she has like a few more legs than your average human, so it's not great for a lot of pant styles. I mean, her top half is still really cool, so if we did like a human version of her, that would still be really cool, but you get my drift, right? My method for beginners especially is to take an existing figure drawing and tweak it. As you become more experienced at figure drawing, you can start creating characters from scratch, right? But this is a stepping stone. In this video, I want to go over 3 ways to exaggerate figures. Here are a couple of your typical 8-head figures, and that's kind of an average for adult human proportions, 7 to 8 heads. kids have different proportions. Kids have larger heads in proportion to the rest of their bodies. Look at babies. Babies are born where like a third of their body is head. Here is a 9-head fashion figure. And 9 heads are often used by people who want a more fashion look but are still more realistic, because 9-head people do exist in nature. You know, many models are 9-head figures, and a lot of costume designers use a 9-head. They use an 8-head or 9-head because they're working more with actors, and actors come in a wider range of heights than most fashion models. And this is a 10-head figure, a classic fashion proportion. 10-head people exist but are super rare. They must be very, very tall and have a rather small head, like Nadia Auerman, one of my favorite models of all time. Look at her with all these other 90s supers, and she's got her head down and her knees bent, and she's still taller than everyone else. And they are all wearing the same heels, and they're standing in a line. This is an 11-head figure, a very, very elongated fashion figure that not even a lot of fashion designers use because it's so extreme, but some evening wear designers love to use this look. Fashion illustrators who don't design, they just love to illustrate fashiony things and not really care too much about realistic translation into clothes. They tend to love to use these figures, and I would use a figure like this in character development for like Morticia Addams or similar characters where the personality and the look is like super long and stretched out and feminine and, you know, that whole sort of thing. Now, I have videos on how to create regular and elongated fashion figures all the way up to the 11-head. So I'm going to drop links to all of that in the description box below. Now, if you want to go an extra step in exaggeration and elongation, this is my alien. Does this even fit on the screen? This is my alien. And again, I created a character that works with my design story and obviously does not look particularly human, but still has a human-esque quality that allows the character to wear human clothes. And how I developed this was to take an existing pose and develop it. If you're familiar with my 4 steps to croquis building process, all those steps are in the videos below, then you know this is step 1 where I create the gesture, the pose of the figure according to my lengthwise proportions. Steps 2, 3, 4 later, here is my base fashion figure, and this is a 10-head figure, and then I put this piece of tracing paper on top. I lined up the torso. And when I do elongation for design purposes, I tend to keep the torso pretty similar to realistic torso so that I'm not stretching out the design too much. Like, it doesn't bother me if I stretch out the length of pants because it's just the length of pants. But the proportions in the torso of the design are more important, and so I keep these generally pretty close to real life. So I didn't elongate the torso much at all, but I super elongated the arms, the legs. I mean, I didn't elongate the legs that much, but I did taper them a lot so that they look even longer. And then I made the head much bigger to create that kind of alien look. I displaced the ears, you know, that sort of thing. A second way to exaggerate figures is to exaggerate the size and shape of specific body parts. This is where an understanding of human anatomy is so awesome, and that's why it's taught to everyone, to fashion designers, to animators, to cartoonists, so that when you know the shapes of actual human anatomy, you can understand them and be playful with them. One of the things I did with my alien figure was to exaggerate the pelvis because when you look at pop culture and you see a lot of these like little green men, little green aliens, sort of stereotypical cartoons, you notice they have these like super, androgynous, prepubescent, like straightforward bodies. And I wanted to do something super femme. And so I took the shape of your standard pelvis and I exaggerated it. This is your iliac crest, this kind of like Mickey Mouse ear shape at the very top of your pelvis. And if you're someone who can feel that hip bone stick out, when you're doing design measurements, it's your high hip measurement, approximately 4 inches off natural waist. Okay, that's your iliac crest that you are feeling. And I really exaggerated those hip shapes for this figure. This low hip measurement, this part that sticks out, that's actually your femur. When you understand anatomy, you can play with those features. If I were to go and like look at this alien figure again, I think it would be fun to exaggerate the joints even more, like maybe make the knees extra knobby, more protruding elbows, something. I don't know, but you can play around a lot. Mrs. Incredible is also an excellent example of exaggerating the figure through exaggerating the shape and size of specific body parts as opposed to elongating. Really, the exaggeration comes from how her arms are very thin, she's very busty, she has a very extreme hourglass. Her head is very large. Honestly, you'd be hard-pressed to find kind of a comic book hero-esque sort of character of a woman who's not very hourglass. It's a nod to your stereotypical female comic book heroes, but more girth, a touch more realistic, kind of juicy, bouncy, rubbery, stretchy, like her, superpowers suggest. And her whole family has these exaggerated bodies that lend cues and clues to their characters and their powers. The daughter has some curves, but is much slimmer to emphasize that while going through awkward puberty and having powers, she's still very much a girl, very different from her mom, who is a full-grown woman. Dad is all brawn. Okay, Mr. Incredible is a classic warning against skipping leg day. Okay, he's got a huge barrel chest and arms to emphasize his powers, which is his super strength. And Dash, he has like a huge head. Okay? He has a bigger head like kids do. And his powers are emphasized by his tiny little legs. He's fast because he's so fast, not because he has the advantage of a long stride. Jessica Rabbit is a hypersexualized version with her giant breasts and hips, very extreme hourglass. But she's not bad. She's just drawn that way. She also has teeny tiny feet, which is something I've noticed a lot of animators and cartoonists tend to do with female characters. Would you like a little fake Chinese foot binding to go with your invisible corsets? The third way to exaggerate a figure is to push the pose. And sometimes you can push the pose in a way that goes beyond human ability. But I do think that, especially if you're a beginner to figure drawing, that you should start by pushing the pose a little, exaggerating the pose a little by little, before you get to the point where it's like super exaggerated and it is really moving beyond the boundaries of human ability without making it look too wonky, if you know what I mean, right? Again, I like to build off of existing things, existing figures. And you can do this, with a fashion figure you've developed on your own or off of a figure. First of all, take a piece of tracing paper, lay it on top of your figure. With a color pencil, I love these. These are mechanical color pencils from Pilot Color Enos. Draw out the angles of each body part, okay? So, here's her rib cage, and that's the direction of her rib cage, and that's the direction of her bust. And that's the bottom of her rib cage, and here is her pelvis, and that's the direction of her pelvis, and that's the side, she's wearing this thing, and there's her side seam, right? And there's her butt. if you've watched my figure drawing videos, a lot of this is kind of like, oh yeah, I've seen her do that. So you have the angles, you know, mark the ends of your body parts. So here's your thigh, here's your other thigh, her ankles in here, other ankles over here. And her face. If you want a tip on profile heads, here's the thing, is the top and bottom on average is the same as nose to back of head. Okay, not this most of her face, but the tip of her nose to the back of the head. This should be a perfect square. Anyway, so we have all the angles, right? And so if you want to exaggerate the pose, fold this over. I take a different pencil and start moving the angles. You don't have to move every angle. And I recommend that you don't push it too far, especially when you're drawing figures this size. This is a 10.5-inch figure, okay? And so maybe I want to arch her back a little more. I'm going to move all of this 1/8 of an inch. And then I'm going to move this back 1/8 of an inch. And at this point, you may be thinking, Zoe, I don't like her butt. I want to give her more butt, more thighs. But for me, especially for beginners, I recommend that you do one thing at a time so that you can exaggerate the pose and then exaggerate specific body parts afterwards once you've nailed the pose, okay? So moving her waist forward, moving her hips back some. What do we want to do with the bust? Maybe we just leave her bust where it is. And so we connect these. And her pelvis is going here, and it's shooting back. And so you have a more exaggerated figure. And then later, as you progress, you can start doing all kinds of fun things like exaggerating them more, you know, in ways that humans probably can't do unless they've been doing yoga since birth or some crap. But practice by adding small increments, and then later on, once you've nailed the pose and everything, you could be like, I like her little flat chest. I want to give her a little bit more booty, so we're going to give her a little bit more booty. So we're going to give her some more thigh, etc., etc. Okay, that's it for exaggerated figures so far. Please give this video a thumbs up if you learned something new today or enjoyed some of my ideas. I have a lot of other ideas for playing with figures, different kinds of croquis figures, that sort of thing. So let me know in the comments if you want videos on that kind of thing. I hope you do take my ideas and have fun with them, come up with some cool croquis figures, come up with some cool characters, some cool Halloween illustrations, and have fun. Hashtag always be practicing. Let me know what you're up to. Hashtag drawing with Zoe Hong on Instagram so I can see what you're up to, and share, subscribe, you know, all that good stuff. Drop me your questions in the comment section below. Don't forget to check the description box for related videos, and I will see you in the next video. Hello designers, and welcome back. As some of you may know, I do this fashion design and illustration teaching on the regular as part of my job, and prior experience has shown me that there are a few things about croquis building that are tricky for a lot of students and that they don't get at the first pass. And so this video is devoted to some of those tricky little bits. I'm going to just, you know, there's nothing more to explain about these tricky little bits. I'm just going to repeat the process on a few different poses to really help you kind of cement what I'm talking about. Those tricky little bits that a lot of students have problems with are finding the plumb line, finding the center front, and figuring out the pelvic box. So here's my first figure. She's a little bit 3/4. For those of you who don't know, when I say 3/4, I do mean someone who's, turned a little bit away from the camera. So let's figure out the plumb line first. The plumb line being your center of gravity. When she's in a pose like this, what if it looks like her weight is distributed between her 2 feet? The number one best way to figure out weight distribution with the feet is to do the pose yourself. That's right, stand up and do this pose, or whatever pose of the figure you're looking at. And then you will feel it like, oh no, like vast majority of my weight is on this leg, or it's kind of evenly distributed, or it's kind of distributed but a little bit more on my right leg. You'll be able to figure it out, and then you will place your plumb line accordingly. This foot is carrying most of the weight. This one is carrying some of the weight. I would put the plumb line here, her clavicle, her suprasternal notch is here, and her plumb line is here. Don't forget, when you trace her head, I get a lot of students who trace the face. No, trace the whole head. Next up, your center front. So here's her belly button. Here's the center of her crotch. Here's her suprasternal notch. We're gonna bring this down. This part is gonna be straight because of her sternum. And we're gonna match it to her belly button. And then we're gonna swoop gently into her hips. This part, it is okay to bend a lot because that's where all your squishy organs are. So using your center front line and your hip bones, we're gonna find the angle of the pelvis. So here's one hip bone and here's the other. You can see it better in the picture. You see how this hip bone juts out and how this bone juts out. This angle, we're looking at this angle. So we have this angle, and this here should be about 90 degrees, okay? A right angle, perpendicular. Now remember, the front 2 pieces are gonna be the same size. This piece and this piece should be the same size, and the bottom should be crotch level. All of this in here is the side. And she's tipping back, so you would see some of the top of her pelvic box. Like so. So this is the side of her body, this is the front of her body. And when you are trying to figure out where to place her side seam later, it's gonna be here. That center part of the side. So her side seam's gonna come like this, and then like this. Her weight looks like it's distributed between both her feet. Where is her clavicle? We're here, and we're here, okay. Her center front, start at her clavicle, in between her breasts. Here's her belly button. That V of her bathing suit is really helpful. And then the center of her crotch. Okay, following the angle. This is perpendicular. And then this angle and this angle have to be the same, right at crotch level. You always want to keep your pelvic box inside your model's hips, and you want this line to be at high hip level. So her waist is here, her low hip is here, and so her high hip is here. You don't want a pelvic box that takes up this huge surface. No, you want it down here. And again, this is the same as this. You know, these 2 boxes are about the same size because this is a largely frontal pose. And then you just see a little bit of the side, just a little bit. She's pushing back, so you see the top of her box, and this is the side of her box. This one, the toe is just barely balancing her figure, and so all her weight is here. Here is her suprasternal notch, here is her weight ankle, and here we go. And again, ignore the sides of the paper. Center front, here's her belly button going into the pelvis. And she's pretty straight up and down, this one. And again, here's her hip bone, here's her other hip bone, here's the angle of her hips, again, perpendicular here, keeping that pelvic box inside her hips. This square and this rectangle and this rectangle are about the same size. All of this is side view. This is a 3/4 pose. And she's not pushing back so much. Like, not much at all, just a tiny, tiny bit. And so again, her side seam would sit like that. Honestly, if you got it, you can stop watching now. I'm not going to introduce any more information, but I'm just going to keep going so that I'm repeating myself for the cheap seats. She's got her weight on this foot. This toe is barely balancing on the floor. So weight is here, clavicle is here. Plumb line. We've got the V of her bikini. We've got her belly button here. Her crotch is in here. And it's going around. And then we have her hip bone here and here. Here is the right angle. And this is kind of that box in here. And this is the same as this. And then all of this is side. She's not pushing back so much, so don't angle that box too much. And again, this is all side, and when we do her side seam, it'll sit like this. So I would say all her weight is mostly on this foot, a little bit on this foot, and so I would say her weight is back here. And then here's the center of her clavicle, so there's her plumb line. Here's that V of her bikini. Her belly button is here, the center of her crotch. She's very 3/4. She like almost a side view. Again, here is the angle of her hips. Again, this is a 90-degree angle here. And staying inside the hips. Okay, don't move your box out or don't try to like put it right on the edge. Keep that in there, and that is how small the front is. All of this is side view. And that is going to be the side view of that box. Only this teeny tiny little piece is the front of her pelvic box. All her weight is here, just like a touch balanced on this back toe. Here is her suprasternal notch in here. And so her plumb line is here. Again, her center front is here, in between her breasts, center of her crotch, through her belly button, like so. Here's her hip bone here, here's her hip bone here. Remember, don't start making her pelvic box up here. Start making it nice and low down here. The bottom of your pelvic box is your crotch. And this rectangle and this rectangle are the same size. You do see a little bit of her side. She's pushing back, so you see a little bit of the top of her pelvis. And you may be thinking, so Zoe, when do you ever see the bottom of her pelvic box? You know those like old school like 50s couture poses where they're rounding their backs, that's when you would see the bottom of the pelvic box. But you don't really see a lot of those kinds of poses anymore. And even more rarely as a front view. You usually see it as a side view figure where they're kind of tipping their pelvis forward. So here is the same, here's the same, here's her side, top of the box. What have we learned today? If you can't figure out your plumb line, if you can't figure out the weight distribution of your feet, then go ahead and stand up and do the pose that the figure is doing and feel the weight distribution from your own legs. 2, if you are looking for your center front, it really helps to have girls wearing bikinis or bras and panties so that you can see the body. You might see like her center ab line, you'll see her belly button, you know, V-necks. All those things are helpful to figuring out your center front. And then your pelvic box. Start low, find their hip bones. Okay? Don't start drawing your pelvic box from your waist. The bottom of the pelvic box is at crotch level, and you got to keep the whole box inside the curves of her hips. Otherwise, later you're going to be building her figure and you'll be like, why do her hips look so much bigger than the swipe figure that I used? And that's it. I hope that was super helpful for you. And if it was, give me a thumbs up, subscribe, check out my Instagram. I add a bunch of other stuff. Like, I try to keep all my social media different from each other a little bit. Like I post a lot of the same things. I post some other random different things. So all my links are below. And questions, I love questions. Leave me questions in the comments below. Otherwise, go practice. Nothing beats practice for improving. Doesn't matter how talented you are in the beginning. Obviously, everyone has the capacity to get better. So go and practice. And I will see you next time. Hey party people. Today, I'm going to show you guys a quickie tutorial featuring a couple of tricks on how to make your figures look looser and more dynamic. The first tip is executed during step 1, tracing the gesture. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, the 4 steps, tracing the gesture, 10 heads, proportions, all that stuff, go to my channel, watch the other videos. None of this tutorial will make any sense if you don't know my croquis building process. So as we've been doing before, trace the head. Top of the breasts are at 2. Double-headed Mickey Mouse, angle of the shoulders. Waist is at 3. Here's the rib cage. Elbows are also at 3. And then crotch is at 4 1/4. Center front. Pelvic box. Here's the angle of her hips. Here's the pelvic box. And at this point, normally we would mark the knee at 6 and then mark the other knee and draw our thighs. Instead, take your ruler and take your center front line and continue it. And then take the 6 mark and extend that. And where these 2 lines intersect is your new knee. So you're essentially pushing the knee out further. And so your new thigh is over here. This one stays in the same spot. So you're only doing this with your weight leg. Once again, your ankle is at 9. Bring that line in. Finish your foot. This leg is straight out. And so we're just going to extend this out. Here's the ankle, here's that angle, so we're going to continue this angle, and so where those two intersect is your new foot. Ask any of my students and they'll tell you Zoe is always forgetting the forearms. When you look at this one was done without moving the knee out. So the leg is as straight as the knee on the swipe figure. This one, the knee was popped out about 1/4 of an inch, and it just makes the gesture more fluid. And there's more of like an S curve happening in the overall gesture of the pose by popping her knee out. So a subtle change, but something that makes the body just looser and more fluid. The second tip is all about neck angles. What we had been doing before when elongating our necks is, let's say the swipe figure, her head is facing us. And so when we elongate her neck, we just elongate her neck. But what about when your head is at an angle like this? Here's the angle of her neck. But then we just moved her head up and left her clavicle in the same spot. And so what we ended up doing is changing the angle of her neck and making it more straight up and down. You see how unattractive that is? If you're at an angle and your neck is at a certain angle, when you elongate the neck, the head is gonna move. If you don't, if you move the head just up and down, you just end up pulling your head back in a really unattractive way. So what we're gonna do is we're going to take the head and take that neck angle and elongate from that angle. So we're gonna move her head out. Do you see how this neck looks a little bit stiff, whereas this one just looks like it's got a more natural kind of head cock to it? So this swipe, this figure swipe was used for both figures. And by just doing these two small tweaks, we've resulted in a more dynamic, fluid, loose figure for you to start designing with. And that's it. That's today's quickie tutorial. Try it out. Let me know what you think. Post any questions in the comments below. If you like this video, give me a thumbs up. I will see you next time.